announcements. I've had a few people asking about Wi-Fi codes. We're trying to reserve the one Wi-Fi that we did have here for the remote presenters, but we are sourcing a second router and it should be up and running tomorrow, okay? And we'll share that code once we have it. I've also been advised that if you look carefully in your seats, there is a little table tucked away if you want to take any notes. Down in your armrest, there is a little table that swings out, rather than people frantically trying to write on their laps. Okay, for those of you who haven't met me yet, I'm Matthew Wincop, the Secretary General of ICAHM, and you've probably received many an email from me, especially in the lead up to this event. And John Peterson was originally meant to be here, but a medical reason has kept him from travelling, and he's recorded his presentation for us. So I'll just jump straight into that. It's an introduction to this theme, which is just about strategies and objectives for the management of archaeological heritage. So we tried to provide a very broad theme in one of the themes of the conference to allow kind of a case study approach to different aspects of management rather than being too specific. So that's what this theme is about. And John's going to talk about a project that actually he and I worked on together in Indonesia, in Sulawesi. So give me a minute to get it up and running and we'll go from there. How do I play it again? Play the video? Play the video, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Greetings from Manila. I'm sorry I couldn't be at the meeting in person, but things intervened to stop that. But anyway, I'm here to give you a little bit of a presentation about something that we did as an ICAHM project a couple of years ago. Matthew Wincop and Noel Tan were tasked to investigate the possible deterioration of rock art in a cave in the Maros Pangkep area of Sulawesi. And in the course of that, for the Norges Bank, which we'll talk about briefly, we came to a lot of interesting conclusions about the rock art, about the preservation, and about a wonderful community effort that's underway there to preserve that rock art. Let me show you something about the project. The Bulu Supang is a cave in the Maros Pangkep region of Sulawesi, just north of Makassar. And attention was drawn to it in about 2 years ago by an article in The Guardian. I'm not going to share the whole article with you, but this shows that there was a lot of concern about the preservation of the rock art, and people in the region there were saying that it was rapidly deteriorating, and the assumption was that it was because of activities from a cement mine, the PT Cementa Masa, which we were tasked to investigate. The rock art there is now thought to be some of the oldest in the world. This figure here is thought to be well over 40,000 years old, dated by scholars at Griffin University, and using uranium-thorium dating, and other figures in the caves date to that same era. So it does look like some of this rock art is amongst the oldest in the world. Their publications, of course, have given it international exposure and international fame. And so when this article came out in the Guardian, it drew a lot of attention. Bulu Sikong 4, one of the caves in the rock art complex, from this description here, excuse me, is something that contains a hunting scene with warty pigs and with anoas, and those are the subject of the dating that have been done by Maximilian Aubert and other researchers at Griffith. They were also queried about this rock art, and their opinion was that there was some problem with the preservation of the rock art, but we'll talk about that in a minute as we go on. The Norges Bank took interest in this because they had a sizable investment in the PT Cement Indonesia, which operates the PT Cement Tanasa cement plant, almost 3%. And their concern was that if there was an ethics problem, that they should be considerate of how they place their investment. So that's when they approached ICAHM, and the Secretariat approached us to do a project to see if we could determine what was going on. The Cement Tamasa cement plant in the red square there is within a geopark area that's been pretty recently designated. As you can tell by the maps, it's in Sulawesi, north of Makassar, and in an area known as the Maros Pangkep, which is an incredible area of towering karstic formations that have numerous caves that we'll see as we go along. The caves in the PT Sementanasa Concession 1 are shown here. This was an earlier figure that we used in a document that we produced. But you can see a clay quarry, which was used to excavate clay for the mixture, the cement. The plant itself is off to the left, I think, and there are quarries for limestone in this whole area. The recent work there, however, has shown that there are actually dozens more sites, and if you could study this for just a minute, you'll see that the local BKP, or the local management, preservation, heritage management group for Sulawesi, has done a really aggressive program of documenting caves. And the Bulu Sipang 4, which drew attention to the rock art, is only one of many in the region. And in fact, many more are being discovered as we talk. Okay, so the concerns were that the rock art was deteriorating. The Guardian article interviewed people in the region and at Griffith University who said it's just terrible. This rock art is degrading rapidly, and we don't know really what's causing it, but we think we need to address it. And it probably, the assumption was, has to do something with the PTST cement plant. So that was our first port of call, if you will. We went to visit the cement plant, the management there, and they were quite concerned also about the Guardian article, and then even more concerned about the Norges group investigating them, because that would be a sizable part of a sizable investment in their company and could deeply impact their standing. So they were quite open. They to us they were very supportive of the whole project and gave us access to everything, including helping to orchestrate meetings with the BKP, KP, and with scholars at Hasanuddin University, nearby university, who have taken a keen interest in this and who also were the leaders in developing the Maros Pangkep Geopark project area. It looked as though there were several factors that could be issues: dust from the plant, vibration from the haul roads, maybe even vibration from explosions that are used to quarry the rock, and possibly also increase of humidity from some of the ponds built on those clay quarry areas. We'll talk about that in a little more detail. That turned out to be a bit of a red herring. But the bottom line was that there was an assumption the rock art was deteriorating, number one, but there was no idea what might be causing it, except for some sort of general suggestions or possibilities of different kinds of impacts. So when we began the project, we thought it would be important, of course, to look at minimizing dust. If dust, in fact, could be accumulating on the rock art inside the caves, there could be a deteriorating effect especially from acidic qualities of the dust. The goal would be also to minimize vibration from the blasting, securing the conservation area from outsiders, and minimizing humidity, which, as I said, was something that had been suggested by an article actually drawing the conclusion that humidity might be one of the biggest factor in leading to the deterioration of rock art. So we had a number of criteria to look at. We were cooperating with the BKP. They were, of course, working in Indonesian, and we are working in English, but we collaborated on the project together to try to develop a cultural heritage management plan. I showed you that title page of that a minute ago. And the cultural heritage management plan laid out these different kinds of threats, and then laid out a strategy for dealing with threats. Now, one of the big problems was the fact that nothing had really been monitored. There had been no observations, no data really, no evidence of any kind to show any kinds of factors that might have been harming the rock art. So we developed, along with the help of John Jensen, who's a hydrogeologist who had been at the University of Guam, worked in the karstic caves there over the last 20 or 30 years. And he helped come up with a program to test various kinds of things that might be creating the problems, if any, on the cave. So we set up a program where we'd monitor rainfall, temperature, humidity, pressure from the as a weather observation, CO2, wind and cave air, dust, which included many different characters, including sulfurous, possibly sulfurous dust and calcareous dust, and light. And also, more importantly than all the others, I think, as it turned out from John's guidance, groundwater, or especially groundwater that might be entering the cave from the top of the cave, from the top of the karstic tower, which was about 300 meters high. And water coming into that could course down through that quite easily, quite readily, and contaminate the area and also increase the amount of water flowing through the cave. In fact, it was John's observation that with rock art in Guam, where he had worked, the real threat was not from outside pollutants like dust and so forth. The real problem was from moisture, and it wasn't from humidity. The relative humidity of the cave itself is identical, of course, to what's ambient in the area around the Maros Pankep, around the caves. But the groundwater coming in from the top varied greatly according to precipitation, which was seasonally and also on longer term cyclically abundant. There's a cave nearby in another area that's been preserved as a park, and there one could really see the impacts of abundant amounts of water coming in from the top of the cave. It's the same kind of infiltration that leads to the formation of stalactites, stalagmites, but in some cases it comes in even more rapidly and flows through the caves. And in the case of the cave at the park nearby, water was actually flowing through the caves, and many of the actual rock art features had already been obliterated. And the secondary phenomenon there is that if there's any light around, there also could be algae growing on the caves if there's sufficient moisture. So the variability of moisture has a huge impact on the algae, and the algae itself, of course, could be obscuring, but also actually deteriorating the rock art. So we set out to develop a program at the PTST, which they agreed to pay for. We bought testing equipment, put a weather station on the top of the cave, helped them with a strategy for regular high quality, high resolution digital photography. And actually BKP had been doing that for several years. But we actually were able to, I think eventually they'll be able to acquire a 3D laser photo camera to be able to do this in greater detail. And they also, then we set up instruments to measure the humidity, to measure the dust, etc. This was done at the same time that those mitigation measures I mentioned before were undertaken. And those were basically to reduce the dust. Only areas away from the cave could be actively quarried. The haul roads were watered down and in most cases actually asphalted to reduce the dust. There were fences and barriers with plants put up to reduce the dust moving through the area. And this was all an aggressive program by PTSD to immediately come to the aid of the preservation of the rock art, which they consider one of their stewardship responsibilities in the region. The humidity, as I said, turned out to be kind of a red herring. Someone in a scientific article had suggested that was the primary cause of the deterioration. the pond nearby the cave was had standing water in it following its abandonment as a clay quarry. And so workers at the managers at the PTSD plant realized, oh my goodness, with that humidity probably concentrated there, we have a really serious problem. So they drained the lake. Well, of course, that has led to areas with more dust because the dryness of the deposits became airborne after they were dried out. We've since then come back to them with the recommendations that the quarry could itself be restored as a terrestrial preservation area for the upland limestone forests of the region, which have been greatly depleted by rice farming, as well as some other cement farming in the area. So that now is on a different path for protection, but momentarily anyway, what turned out to probably be misinformation about humidity led to some rather immediate responses that weren't necessarily that effective. And that's one of the things that we've tried to really instill in this program from the beginning, that this whole thing needs to be evidence-based. And we really need the data from observations, from continuing observations, to see what really is at a level in the environment that could be impacting the rock art. And also then looking from that point on, what might be a myriad of problems or interactive problems impacting the rock art. Now, all that said, it's interesting that all this was started by an article in the Guardian about 2 years ago, led to quite a serious reaction from Norges Group and in terms of their investment strategies, and led to a lot of concern, which is a good thing. People had really not paid much attention to that before. So we felt that something good was underway. It's going to be months or maybe even a few years before we really get sufficient data that we can begin to pin down what some of the interactive factors might be. But also, we've also begun to engage the Getty Foundation, for example, and some rock art conservators in Australia and other areas to ask their help. And I think we'll move toward some programs of collaborative workshops and so forth with the local BKP and Hasanuddin University and the cement company to look at then how those interactive factors might actually be impacting the rock art and how it might actually be either stopped or reversed if necessary. And we say this with a bit of a warning because in the 1990s, a group of supposed conservators got involved and began making applications on some of the rock art panels to preserve them, and it turned out to be really destructive, and everybody in the area there learned to avoid quick fixes. So again, I just want to emphasize that this whole thing, which started out with a dire warning from the media, translated into a serious concern by the investment community, was then taken up as a responsible measure by the cement company in collaboration with the local and regional heritage preservation people in Makassar and Sulawesi, and also has led to a lot more sort of public awareness of the rock art, but also public awareness of the need for these conservation programs. And as we looked around, Matthew and Noel and I and others, we really weren't aware of that many, and probably people here can help contribute. And while Matthew's there, you can grab him and give him advice about some other areas or programs that are being done to try to do evidence-based analysis of rock art preservation. But also something really curious happened. There was a recent academic publication which included authors who were among the various authors who had been on some of the earlier publications citing the horrific degradation of the rock art. And in this more recent article, the conclusion was that there really hadn't, in fact, been much deterioration. Compared to a photo from 1950s, there was really very little evidence of degradation from year to year, and in caves around which were abundant with interior pollution from water, from infiltration from the aquifer. There was serious damage that could be documented, but not so much at Bulu Sipong 4. So it's kind of a quandary how this all came about. and then how it steered off into various directions, but brings to us, I think, and emphasizes the need to really be very evidence-based about these kinds of programs, and before we begin jumping to conclusions, and also before we begin adopting various kinds of strategies to repair the damage or eliminate the damage before we really know everything involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And it's not the same without you here, John. We'll all have a Pisco Sour on your behalf. Hopefully you're watching. And I just wanted to emphasise that project that John and I and Noel Hidalgo Tan worked on. We think it's one of the first CHMPs in Indonesia to ever be developed, so it's actually quite exciting to see what's going on. Okay, let me introduce our next speaker. I'll just move on. If you do have questions about that project, come and chat to me at any time, and happy to talk. Okay, our first speaker in the session is, well, two speakers together, is Aileen Obashli and Georges Cesaro, and they will be speaking about heritage management as a spatial, temporal and socio-cultural concern, the experience of the integrated management plan for Petra World Heritage Site in Jordan. Okay, you should be able to just go forward and left and right with that. Okay. Let me know if you have trouble.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. I think when we sent an abstract in, we weren't expecting to be the first up physically here, but it's a huge honor for both of us to be here amongst you and here in San Pedro and in the Atacama. We're going to talk about another desert site in Petra in Jordan, and reflect on our experience as we both with a larger team worked on an integrated management plan for the site, which ended in 2018, got published in 2019, and is also now being implemented and in another cycle. But we want to use this occasion to draw on the theoretical learnings. I'm a part academic and part practitioner, and I always go between the two. So I think about the theory, we design the practice, we do things, then that leads to more theory, I hope, and that's what we want to actually reflect on, rather than go into huge details of how the management plan, how the management plan worked. Now, heritage management, when I started out 20, 30 years ago on it, the principles were quite clear. It was about protecting the monument, was the first priority, securing it for future generations, and what was revolutionary was that you also made it a good visitor experience. It wasn't, visitors were no longer a problem that you had to cope with at sites, but actually if you made this an enjoyable learning experience, an enjoyable visit, they would also respect the heritage more and therefore look after it and care for it and ensure it's handed over to future generations. However, we've come a long way since then, and I think when we sort of embarked on the Petra management plan, the key issues were that heritage could also be a driver for development. So you've got socioeconomic development was a key part of heritage management. It wasn't just about visitors. It was much bigger than that. It was about local communities. It was also Sustainable Development Goals, included cultural heritage, sustainability and its multiple facets, and particularly as this project was a UNESCO project, SDGs featured quite significantly in it. And that nature and culture, I mean, to most people in parts of the world, nature and culture are one and all, but in Europe we tended to divide them and keep them in separate silos. So I think it was also a time of growing recognition that nature and culture need to work together. And I think something that was also alluded to this morning, that we need more ethical approaches to how we approach cultural heritage and the communities that it belongs to and that it emanates from. So I'm not going to go into huge amounts of details with Petra, but it's in Jordan, in the Middle East. It's a Nabatean sort of period site, but with multiple layers on top of it. There are earlier layers, prehistoric layers, there are Roman layers, there are Byzantine, Islamic layers, and so and communities that live around it. It's one of the larger archaeological sites listed on the World Heritage List at 264 square kilometers. So it's a large territory with 6 different communities that live sort of on the rim of it, and these are different. These are not just different settlements, but they're also different tribal groups, which is sort of very significant and important to it. Our starting point was that Petra is a complex site. There are multiple complexities. It's not straightforward. It's a very well recognized site. And for its 264 square kilometers, most people know one little spot in it, which is the treasury and that one image. And it features in an Indiana Jones film, and to everyone it's that image. But recognize that that image, that space, is a very small element of that site. But it's the complexities that were the real challenge for the management plan. It's a large site. It's mixed. It's got both mixed natural and cultural characteristics, even though it was listed as a cultural site. Many of its aspects are natural, hydrological, and geological. So it is multifaceted, and that has serious implications for its management. There are lots of players, there are lots of interest groups, and everyone from, for the Jordan tourism product, Petra is the driver. People go to Jordan for Petra. So it has national level importance. But for the villagers living on the edge of it, it's a source of income, and it's really important to them. There are transnational interests, there are local interests, there are regional interests, there are economic interests. So, when you talk about stakeholders, we're talking in the hundreds and thousands possibly of people who are affected and affect the site, never mind the millions, several million these days, visitors who visit the site. There's a governance issue because a special vehicle, Petra, a development authority was set up, so they have different governing powers, and then there's the governance in Amman, and Petra's quite a distance from Amman, though Jordan's quite a small country. It's sort of an arm's length. In that way, it's on the periphery, and this notion of periphery in terms of governance can be an issue. But there was lots of competing interests as who has jurisdiction on what decisions are being made, how much is made locally, who it's made by, and how much is made nationally. So there was sort of governance issue, and also evolving governance structures. So the structure was sort of adapting and changing through time. So that's sort of so multiple communities, some of them very fragile, marginalized groups, particularly in Sayhun, which is the village that was I don't know if anyone knows the story. In the 1980s, the people still living within the site were evacuated into a settlement, and those communities particularly depend on the site, but they live in very cramped conditions, and also sort of feel marginalized by the inhabitants of the larger town, which are sort of better equipped to run tourism businesses, for example, and make sort of economic benefits from the site. And of course, there are hugely competing interests, from tourist companies to developers to just general urban development. Wadi Musa is growing, populations are growing, so there's just housing issues, general development issues, donor communities. Everyone wants to have a hand in Petra. Everyone wants to put money in Petra, but they also want to put it in very visible ways. So donor communities groups want to support museums because they can say this was funded by USAID or Japanese or the Norwegians or whoever. So there are a lot of competing interests in terms of funding as well. And this all creates conditions of uncertainty, fluidity, and fragility. So, when we started this process, in a sense, Petra's a mature site. There have been 4 management plans that have gone before this. It's very well researched. There are a lot of archaeological teams on site, but the problems were actually escalating more than anything. So the sort of things we were looking at when we started this management plan was this convergence of governance and the importance of governance, the spatial, and to look at the site as a spatial strategy, because it's a vast landscape with a lot of influences and a lot of physical space, people, and activities to manage within it. So we decided to take it as very much a sort of territorial spatial strategy, and then a social strategy, because it involves so many communities and it involves so many people. In management planning, we want to think about visions and where places want to go and what we want to achieve. In this case, we took an approach to be a problem-based approach, that there were so many problems, there were so many issues that needed solving, that became our key approach going forward, that this was going to be, at this stage, hopefully there will be a time where Petra can have a vision-based management plan, but this one had to be looking at sort of finding solutions to problems. Now, some problems are obvious, but some problems were less obvious, and as UNESCO or myself coming in as a consultant, who were we to say what these problems were? And we needed to understand, and we needed to work with all these stakeholders together, and they needed to own the decisions that were made. They needed to own the solutions, because I've long gone, Georgia's moved on, we're working on lots of other projects. They are the people who need to implement it. So for the methodology, we borrowed from urban planning, which was a project for a railway station in Ulm in Germany, and that's where it was first, and I plagiarized it fully, but it sort of when looked at how we can adapt it to archaeological site management. So we had a core technical team working on the plan with representatives from the Petra Archaeological Park, the Ministry of Culture, the Department of Antiquities in Amman, a UNESCO, and myself as sort of facilitator, consultant role. Then we had 14 thematic groups, because you couldn't put everyone together. We needed to work in sort of thematic groups. So, and they ranged from conservation, interpretation, to urban planning, infrastructure, hydrology, and community groups, education, and so forth. So there are 14 of those, and they met 7 times cyclically. So we ended up having about 100 meetings altogether that we attended most of them. I attended most of them. I think Georgia attended all of them, as did the technical team. But that was, so we thrashed out. So we identified issues. Then they helped us prioritize issues. Then they helped us find solutions for issues. And at the end of each round of meetings, the chairs that were local, they were Jordanians, respected Jordanians, academics, people from the ministry, but the groups would look up to. They came together in a round table with the key decision makers in the ministry and the Petra Archaeological Park. And so that was how we created cross-sectionality, and all the groups, reporting back from their own disciplinary perspective through the round table. Then the technical team took all the findings from that session, worked through them, analysed them, came up with the next step. And so we went back to the groups with the next set of questions, and so forth. And we did this 7 times. Some of the groups met more, the community group met more than 7 times. They had quite intense sessions with the local communities. They also went out into the communities. So there was also lots of one-on-one meetings or meetings with specific groups that happened. And then there's some 93 policies emerged out of it. We also had site visits with several of the groups together. So the hydrology, the infrastructure, and the planning group met to look at the watershed, for example. So they did a field visit together. So there was lots of sort of integration across the groups. So I think the outcome is we felt confident that the policies put forward respond to what happens, and Georgia in a minute will tell you a bit more about how they got integrated. But I think, you know, this is an archaeological site, and if we'd done a management plan 10, 15 years before this, it would all be about the site and paths and routes and people, interpretation and conservation and things. And yet, to be able to solve any of those problems, we needed to look bigger. And the biggest issues coming out of the site were not about conservation. Yes, conservation is an issue, but it's about water, for example. And it's about social inequity, because the impact of social inequality and the way it is perceived as, you know, one group's making more money out of this site, it leads to all manner of things. It leads to child labor because the kids are on site selling looted antiquities. So you know, your conservation issues are also linked to social issues. Those of you who know Petra know there's a big issue with donkeys. Again, donkeys are a social issue. They're not an animal issue, they are a social issue, because one group can make money by hiring out donkeys to tourists to climb up to the higher areas. There's an animal welfare issue with the donkeys. There's damage to the stonework from the donkeys. So unless you can solve the bigger issue, you cannot solve the smaller issues. So to be able to achieve conservation, to be able to achieve a good visitor experience, to be able to avoid harassment of visitors, for example, you have to solve the bigger problem. And we identified these as bottlenecks. Unless you solve the bigger problem, you can't scale down to the smaller problems. So social inequity was our sort of first big problem, and the second one was hydrology and hydrogeographical assets. You know, because the site is prone to flooding, flash flooding in particular, and you have to manage that at the watershed. You can't manage it in the site boundaries. You cannot manage it in the buffer zone. You can't even manage it within the boundaries of the region that Petra sits in. You have to go beyond that region. So this is why I think the bigger finding from this study was that heritage management is a spatial issue, and you need to look at the spatial dynamics to make it happen. And then uncertainty, conditions of precarity, fluctuation, and this is why it's a temporal issue. Even in 2019, we didn't know there was going to be a pandemic the following year that would have serious impacts on the site and its social structures. So there is the volatility of the region, the Middle East, you know, one scare and tourists stay away, anything can happen, sort of big issues, changing governance structures. So time and that temporal dimension is also always with you in terms of planning and future planning in a site.
So, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So how to move forward with these issues, how to resolve them or try to address them in the best way possible. Of course, some of them, in terms of, for example, the social and economic issues, require the involvement of the government. There are government decisions that need to be made in order to have the communities more involved in the management of the site, also in terms of the governance of the site, where part of the conservation is, in fact, the Department of Antiquities of Jordan mandated for the conservation of the site, while the management of the site is led by the Petra Development Tourism Regional Authority. So this is a complexity that needs to be addressed by the government itself. But on the other hand, there are a number of points or aspects that can be tackled also in a different way from by government, by intergovernmental agencies, by donors. And so at the UNESCO office in Amman, since we had actually supported the whole process for almost 5 years, because we started with a roadmap with Dr. Eileen in 2015, and the management plan, the integrated management plan, was endorsed in 2019, and was the first management plan to be officially endorsed by the government. So after that, we try to support the government in the implementation of some of the policies. And for example, in terms of local communities involvement and to try to reduce the social inequality that has been stemming out as one of the issues in the management plan. We implemented for 2 years projects that were targeting the local communities to provide job opportunities to members of the 6 communities in aspects related to the conservation of the site, both in terms of, soft interventions and simple conservation interventions that could be easily be taught to the community. For example, this entailed mortar making, so how to do lime-based mortar, and or how to develop a trail at the site, how to beautify a trail already existent on site, or how to create a new trail for tourism. So in this way, we employed 230 people, and there was a high percentage of women, 25%. Persons with disabilities were also involved. And because we followed a cash for work approach, which is a humanitarian-based approach that we applied to a development project, a heritage development project. So we followed very strict guidelines in terms of selection of the local community. We involved both so-called unskilled community members and skilled community members. The skilled ones had more knowledge, for example, in construction, maybe not in heritage, but they knew how to do cement mortar. So maybe these were a type of skills that could be transferred to heritage-related matters. And going back to the spatial aspects, like let's say we tackled both the community aspect and the spatial aspect and tourism related matters with the implementation of the development of new trails, or the creating safety measures in the rehabilitation of already existing trails. So here you can perceive the spatial dimension of Petra. This is the trail to the high place of sacrifice, which could represent a second entrance to the site. It's not the main entrance through the Sikh, that is very well known, but it's second. I've been given just 2 minutes. This is a challenge, I think. So we tackle both the community involvement and engagement and the provision of job opportunities, but also we try to diversify the visitor experience by releasing the pressure from the core areas of the site. We spoke about hydrogeological risks. This is going to take me a bit more than 2 minutes. The site is located in a watershed, in the center of this watershed. You can maybe appreciate it here. On the from your side, the right-hand side, the purple area is a part of the site, the purple boundary. The green is Wadi Musa, the village, quite big town around the site, and then the blue is the larger watershed of the mountains. So the site is located in a watershed surrounded by the Shara Mountains that take the waters down until the end of the purple area, which is located in the very center of the site where visitors pass every day. And therefore, the water passes through the Sikh, where at times there can be also 1,000 people. There were 1,000 people visiting. The site reached 1 million visitors in 2019. And it's highly exposed to flash floods that happen every year, twice per year at least, because of this location. So addressing this challenge from the territorial perspective is essential. So in this case, we coordinated a project for the identification of solutions. So carrying out feasibility study for structural interventions that could minimize the impact of floods on site through the development of dams and water dikes to prevent the water to reach the archaeological sites that you can see very well in the main area on the left-hand side. So, of course, the dams were to be located outside the site, outside the buffer zone, and really upstream, up to the mountains. And the government has been trying to implement this. It has been a challenge for them to find the funding, actually, to do that. But this is seen as the only solution. In terms of rockfall, the UNESCO and the management of rockfalls at the site is comprised of sandstone all over, which makes the site extremely fragile to rockfalls. And specifically the Seek that you have seen in the previous image. Here, the walls of the Seek are high up to 100 meters, and visitors pass here every day. And the UNESCO office in Amman has been monitoring the occurrence of rockfalls since 2009, and based on a high occurrence of even a small pebble falling from 100 meters can be very impactful on humans. Based on this evidence, we started developing a first visual assessment and initial identification of risks, visual identification of risks at the whole site. The canyon is 1.2 kilometers long. And based on this initial mapping, an integrated monitoring system was installed in the site, and the conditions of the sites were monitored for more than 2 years. I'm talking about topographic monitoring, but also crack gauges that were installed in 6 locations to monitor the movement of the blocks. And as well, also in this case, we had a weather station, and the temperature and humidity were regularly monitored to understand the correlations between these weather-related factors and rockfalls. And this led to identification of areas that were more fragile, and then we managed also to intervene by removing loose blocks from the walls of the Seek, and by also consolidating 5 boulders on the top of the Seek, which was really a huge undertaking, because we are in a World Heritage Site that cannot close. It's open every day. The government would not close it. And to intervene there, it's a high risk and high responsibility. Luckily, we managed to do this at the very end of the 10 years of the project, soon after COVID, so it was a bit easier. And so this was brief summary, and this is the last slide. Just to summarize and the takeaways of this experience. And in terms, first of all, as we described, the process lasted 4 years, so 3 years and a half, and it's important to highlight that management planning, to be effective, cannot be done in a rush. It has to really address all key issues in order to lead to solutions that are effective. And of course, but consultation matters, so a participatory approach is key in any case, but more so when in the site are local communities living within the site. So decision-making cannot happen without the involvement of all the stakeholders and the communities, first and foremost. It's important to have, for sites like Petra, which is an extremely complex site, and Exclimi, also extensive in terms of dimension, to have a spatial approach, as we demonstrated, to capture all issues, but also to integrate natural and cultural matters. So as Eileen has mentioned, the site was inscribed as cultural site, but it was one of the first inscriptions in the World Heritage List. If it would have happened afterwards, maybe a mixed site could have been a possibility. We at UNESCO at the time had discussed this with the government, and of course it was a bit sensitive and would mean to change the whole thing, and a bit risky, and the government thought it was not the best way to do that. But of course the site has a geological value that's very prominent, and the natural aspects are very important for the management, cannot be omitted. So, and as we said, to improve the conservation of the site and its management. So I will stop here, but we listed some sources that might be willing to go through. Of course, the management plan has been published and uploaded on the UNESCO website. We also published 2 articles to describe the methodology of hoping that this, from the scientific perspective, can be useful for other cases. And there is also a video that we made at the time at the UNESCO Man office with the government, with the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities, the Director of the Department of Antiquities. It was a full participatory process, and this was done at the time of the endorsement of the management plan. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Aileen and Georgia. So we don't have time for questions, but I'm sure over a Pisco Sour you can get their ear and discuss it further. Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation, which also Georgia will be presenting, so enjoy that water for a second. So it's a collaborative work with Nora El-Khamis, Rana Sadek, Georgia Cesaro, and Hassan Al-Dawzari, and I believe they're watching online, so hello to the Saudi colleagues. And the title of the presentation is Establishing Joint Frameworks and Culture-Nature Interlinkages for Effective Archaeological Heritage Management, the Case of the Cultural Landscape of Al-Faw Archaeological Area in Saudi Arabia.
So, hi everyone again. I'm also very honored to be here. I didn't say this previously. So after Ben and Jordan for quite some time, I moved to Saudi Arabia. So I'm now presenting a different case. This is related to the World Heritage Site, the cultural landscape of Al-Faw archaeological area in Saudi Arabia. I'm presenting this on behalf of a team from the Heritage Commission of the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia, and we belong to the department that's tasked to implement UNESCO conventions. Noor Al-Khamis, co-author, she's leading this department, and Rana Sadek is a planner who has been working on this topic before I joined as director of the site, and Hassan Al-Dawzari is the site manager. So first of all, what is Qaryat Al-Faw? What is the cultural landscape of the Al-Faw archaeological area? It's a World Heritage Site that's located about 800 kilometers to the south of Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, in the southern part of the region of Riyadh. And is the 8th World Heritage Site for Saudi Arabia, inscribed in 2024. The site is located very close to another site that's the Uruk Bani Marid Natural Reserve that has been inscribed in the World Heritage List 1 year prior, in 2023. So the site of Al-Faw is managed directly by the Heritage Commission, while Uruk Bani Marid is managed by the National Center for Wildlife. So what we want to present today is an example of collaboration between two World Heritage Sites that they're actually located one next to the other, and it's a case of interlinkages between culture and nature. We have started working on this topic from the perspective of Al-Faw that was going to be nominated in the World Heritage List. Al-Faw is listed as cultural landscape. It belongs to the category of the relict cultural landscape because it used to be a caravan city, a thriving caravan city during the pre-Islamic period. I'm speaking around about the 4th century BC to the 4th century AD. And as you can see from the picture, is an example of well-preserved pre-Islamic settlement, and it's set in a very dramatic landscape. So what you see in the background is Jabal Tuwaik, the Tuwaik mountain range. So this is a mountain that represents the western edge of the Rub al-Khali, which is the empty quarter, a huge desert that's located between the Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and it represents really a backdrop for the site. But the site is an evolving landscape, because prior to the Islamic period, there were traces of human activity dating back to prehistory, and these traces are mainly located on the plateau, on the top of the mountain of Jabal Tuwaik, and along the lower part, below the mountain, and dates back around in the 2nd millennium BC. There is evidence of avenues of tapered structures, very specific archaeological features, and funerary structures. They are tumuli of the Bronze Age, and this is really a key feature of the site. Please keep in mind the Jabal Tuwaik that you've just seen in the picture, because in fact, that represents also the boundary, let's say, the western boundary of the Uruk Bani Marid Reserve, which is a nature reserve, is inscribed on a heritage list under criterion 7 and 9, is huge, is a huge desert, and the extension is around 12,000 square kilometers for the core property, surrounded by a buffer zone, which is a bit smaller. And it is important because of the biodiversity, because of the ecosystem. As you can see in the picture, this is an habitat, a natural habitat for oryx. And this is, for these animals, there has been also a breeding program to ensure they can continue living in this desert landscape. But there is also an extreme variety of vegetation with 120 species of plants that need to be preserved. So, of course, the context is quite complex. Here, just to give you an overview, the sites share a number of areas. On the central image, you can see the boundaries of Al-Fao are in red, instead, of the property. The yellow line instead represents the boundary of the property of Uruk Bani Marid. Wait, I cannot see it from there. The red the blue is the buffer zone for FAO, and in green you have also the buffer zone for Uruk Bani Marid. So initially 8 shared areas were identified between the two sites, and the question was how to manage this in the best way possible between the two authorities. And as you can see, the 8 areas have been reduced following a 2 years process to 3. Now we will see how. So we started with understanding the complexity of these two sites. Here you can see, you can appreciate the extension of the Uruk Bani Marid Nature Reserve compared to the site of Al-Fao. The two sites are managed by 2 authorities, and also the 2 authorities are following different legal frameworks. So the Heritage Commission implements the law of antiquities, museums, and urban heritage, while the National Center for Wildlife implements the environmental law. So how to make sure that legally the areas that are shared can be effectively managed. Of course, collaboration and establishing a platform to cooperate and understand how to do that was essential. So the 2 organizations have been meeting for more than a year to understand how to do this best. And the co-authors on this of this presentation have been leading these consultations between the 2 groups, which resulted in the definition of a memorandum of understanding that was signed in October 2023. And a joint working group was established in order to make the decision defined in the MOU implementable. Just give me a second. Speaking too much. So how to manage the share areas based on the MOU that was already signed? Well, a management charter was thought to be the best way to approach this. And this document has been finalized and agreed upon by the two authorities. It has shared objectives for the management of the shared areas. These objectives lead to principles that have to be followed for the implementation of actions on site through an executive program and a roadmap on an action plan. So it's a very operational process that started from a theoretical approach that started from the definition of the overall objective. What's the overall objective here? Is the protection of the sites and the conservation of both sites from the natural perspective and the cultural perspective. So the attributes, the cultural and natural attributes. And in order to do that, collaboration areas have been identified. We'll go a bit more in detail on this later. And under each collaboration areas, specific objectives have been delineated. And this represented the first phase of work. And the second phase instead is related to how to do this practically, starting from the shared areas, focus on the sites, specifically the properties, and then in the wider context, and finally, how to do it action by action through a roadmap and an action plan. So here is, I will not repeat myself, this is the shared objective that has been basically informing the whole process, and that was defined through this series of meetings between the two institutions. In terms of collaboration areas, there are 5. They are reflecting or inspired by the IUCN sustainability framework that has been tailored to the sites. Of course, the first area is focused on the ecological and natural aspects of the site, how to manage them in the shared areas. The second collaboration area is related to the cultural aspects and all the archaeological features present in the two sites, in the shared areas of the two sites. The third one is focused instead on visitor management, how to do that in the shared areas, respecting the attributes of two sites. The fourth area is related to the socio-economic aspects of the local communities, how to involve them in the management of the site, how to make them aware of the attributes of the sites, and finally, what about planning and management in relation primarily to the buffer zones of the sites. So we started with 8 shared areas and we went down to 3 main zones of collaboration. The red one it represents the property, part of the property of Alfao. So this here is the Heritage Commission leading in the management of the archaeological features in collaboration with the National Center for Wildlife, of course. And then the yellow area is the overlap of the buffer zones of the two sites, where, of course, a number of actions need to be implemented to make sure there is no encroachment, is related to development, the risk of development around the two sites, and also to preserve the visual aspect as much as possible. Then the third area, zone 2, the green one, is in fact the most complex. Why? Because here there is an overlap between the boundaries of the properties, of the core properties, and spatially this is located on the top of the mountain of Jabal Tuwaik, where there are the protohistoric features that are so fragile and need to be really protected as much as possible. So here there is a lot of management that needs to be put forward between the two authorities. The two have to collaborate in equal way. This was at the level of the sites, but collaboration expands also beyond that in the wider context. Of course, here you see again the location of the two World Heritage Sites in the context of the region, and the region includes also, in fact, the third World Heritage Site. The Hima Cultural Area is located around 200 kilometers south of Alfao. And so in this case, this is seen as an area, as a region that could really be developed with ecotourism. So how to do that? Because also in this case, there will be shared responsibilities across the two institutions, and then also for the institution that manages the Hima area, but this is again the Heritage Commission in this case. And here you can appreciate also the distance from the towns. So Wadi Dawasir in the north is located about 100 kilometers from Alfao, and Najran is a city located about 100 kilometers south of Hima. So how to do this best, how to implement a management charter, how to have a governance structure that can do this, because here is a matter of governance, and to make this agreed among the two institutions and then implemented. So here you can appreciate the structures that have been developed between the two institutions. It includes a strategic steering committee that has to align with the scientific committee already existing for Alfao, that's working on research and conservation for the site. And then at a more operational level, there needs to be an operational steering committee that leads on the implementation of the executive program and the action plan. This later on, it will then here you can see it in phases, and you can see how the executive program would actually really come together. Let's say in this slide you can actually better see the process that we aim at following, having desired outcomes that are targeting different phases, short term, medium term, and long term, across the different zones, and targeting with different objectives. Of course, in the short term, the priority is to ensure the coordination and the monitoring between the site management units on the ground. We need to have also an agreement on how to manage buffer zones. We need to increase the knowledge and awareness also with the local community. And this is reflected at the level of the zones. So the zones that we saw before. So what is the priority action in the core area, in the property, in red for Alfao? Of course, here is important to coordinate with the Natural Center for Wildlife in terms of for them not to manage archaeological features. So this is applied also, it applies also to the zone 2 in the upper plateau, where due to the distribution of archaeological features, they can be easily impacted by, for instance, rangers driving across the site. So how to ensure that this does not happen? We might want to collaborate on disaster risk management plan and together. And lastly, for zone 3, as I said earlier, here we're talking about buffer zones. So here all the actions are going to collaborate in order to minimize encroachment and visual impact on the site. So this is where we are at the moment. This is an ongoing process. We have been actually achieving a lot up to now, and it has been more than 2 years that we're working on this, having the MOU first and the management charter developed was a huge undertaking. There was a lot of collaboration between the two teams, and it was really supported by both institutions. Of course, there are some takeaways that we want to share in terms of how to achieve a positive collaboration between culture and nature sites, which is a topic that's becoming more and more important. And of course, it's important to have a framework that is flexible, that can therefore adapt to all the possible changes. This can be related to budget availability, for example. So, of course, there are a number of actions to be implemented, but what is planned might not happen exactly as planned, or there might be the need to support, to be ready to support the other authority with budget availability. So there should be that flexibility. But, and of course, the governance structure needs to be very solid in order to drive the process and to ensure that the management frameworks are implemented correctly. And last but not least, the execution. So the teams on site from the two authorities need to be really, really strong and really cooperative. Communication is very important. We are seeing that this is working actually very well already. So the site manager from FAO is coordinating with the site manager from Urbani Marid. We coordinate the visits to the respective sites, and we share awareness trainings also, like the rangers from Urbani Marid have been trained by the Heritage Commission on the archaeological values of the site so that they can learn about them and be sure that the values, archaeological values, can be taken care of in the reserve. So all in all, just to conclude, we think that, of course, this was a complex and is still a complex situation, but it also gave the opportunity to the teams to try to collaborate together. It was very successful because the priority for both was actually the protection of the site rather than the individual mandates of the two institutions. So this is why we're quite proud about the process, and we wanted to present it to you today. So thank you very much. Is there time for questions? Or I don't know how.
Because we started a little late, it might be worth saving questions for afternoon tea out the back if you want to grab Georgia then. I'm sorry, but we'll keep going. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation by Lilas Mohammed Ali, who was intending originally to attend in person, but has had some visa issues. And Lilas has instead recorded a voiceover on her PowerPoint, and I appreciate the efforts that you've made doing that in the last few hours, actually, Lilas, so thank you very much. I'm just waiting for it to load.
Good morning. I'm happy to be with you even by remote. It would have been great to be with you today, and I had planned for that, but unfortunately I had a problem of visa. So probably or maybe meet next year, and this is what I hope for. As you read in the title, I will talk today about the major pillar of the management of Syrian archaeological heritage in 100 years. Talking about 100 years of management and the preservation of these complex activities in Syria isn't an easy mission, so I will try to give you a general overview.
Now, for some reason, I have to actually progress slide by slide and press play, so just bear with me.
We can see in the diagram some of the historical and political events that occurred in Syria and how these political factors affected the archaeological field, created its actors, and determined the form of its administration over a period of 100 years. During a century, there were not only many conservation or valorization works made during this long years, there were also many waves of demolition and sabotage during the major political transformation that Syria went through. In general, we can distinguish in this diagram four basic historical stage for four historical transformation. Pre-Ottoman, the first one is the pre-Ottoman period, and then the Ottoman period, and later the French Mandate period, and finally the independence. For the pre-Ottoman period, actually before the emergence of the World Heritage Movement, the preservation and management of these historical buildings were carried out under the concept of consolidation, taqwiya or repair islah, and that was often after disasters such as fires, earthquake, or wars. On this subject, we can find many historical sources that talk about the strengthening or repair of fortification or citadels, especially in the Islamic period. Here we have to mention the great role played by the endowment waqfs system in Syria in protecting and restoring many monuments, especially in the historical city center, since the Mamluk period until now. Since the late period of Ottoman rule in Syria, and especially with the founding of the Ottoman Tanzimat system in 1839, which result in the creation of the Committee for the Preservation of Arab Antiquities in 1881, under the authority of Caliph of Egypt. The preservation and restoration began to manifest in the region, which contributed to the emergence of the first list of protection of monuments in Syria. From this moment, we can say that the beginning of fabrication of patrimony phase has been established. So by the end of the Ottoman period and the beginning of the French Mandate in 1920, the French Mandate period had come in, and a new chapter in the field of reservation had begun. In the text of Mandate document, the League of Nations imposed on France to protect Syrian antiquities. Consequently, the antiquities law and administration structure were established, and its headquarters were located in the Adiliya School and then at Azim Palace, where important restoration works was carried out. The Department of Antiquities, which was later replaced by the General Director of Antiquities and Museums, DJAM, and the law was amended several times later in the post-independent periods. We can see here one of the most important projects in the mandate period. In the left, the Al-Azm Palace, where they did a great restoration works, and in the left we can see the museum, the National Museum of Damascus, and a part of Palace Al-Hir Al-Gharbi, which all the fragment, they brought all the fragment from the archaeological sites, and they rebuilt the gate of the palace in the National Museum. In the same time, a new adventure began in the archaeological sites through the site of Palmyra with the French architect Robert Ami, which played a major role in the emergence of what was later called major project in 3 sites, Bosra, Palmyra, Saint-Simon. In the same period, Henry Serge, he did a lot of restoration works in the center, in the historical cities, especially in Damascus and Aleppo and in Daraa. So the major projects were done in Syria. It was by him during more than 8 years, and especially the projects were especially in Islamic buildings. By the end of the mandate period and the beginning of the post-independence period, we notice that in this period the national identity start to be the main actor in the field of archaeology in general, or the field of management of heritage. After the proclaiming the end of the French mandate in Syria, the Syrian government suddenly found itself alone, faced with a heavy archaeological load that it had to immediately assume. To face this major archaeological dilemma, particularly in the field of preservation and management of historical monuments, the new state wants to control everything, including the heritage, which has become a national front as a reference of the past. But this approach faced several obstacles. The main problem was the lack of local experience. So the Syrian government has opened the door wide to exploratory mission, wishing to work in Syria, and hasn't hesitated to provide the relatively colossal fund need each year for the maintenance of antiquities, resulted in a doubling of the number of registered monuments, especially Islamic ones. Due to the rise in national awareness and a trend of collective awareness of the importance of heritage has emerged, emerged. So we start a new step, the nationalization of monuments. So a new player appeared since 1943, namely the UNESCO, by the accepting of the UNESCO Convention in 1975. The UNESCO provided scientific and financial support in 1943 and participated in the international campaign to safeguard the archaeological monuments located in the emergence zone of the Euphrates Dam. We can see here more pictures of the most important project which done by the UNESCO to protect one of the most important citadel in this project. Later, the UNESCO encouraged the registration of a number of Syrian sites and cities on the World Heritage List between 1979 and 2011, which contributed to the strengthening the restoration process in a greater way. And the appearance of this was the first step, and this is encourage the appearance of the Code of Restoration project in the ancient cities of Damascus and Aleppo. And here we start the third step and the most important one, the mondialization of patrimony in Syria. We can see here with the date all the cities and historical sites which became in the list of World Heritage. Here we can see a picture of Damascus city. And this is a photo of a picture of Aleppo city. And we can see here a picture of Palmyra, this temple which now it doesn't exist after the last war in Syria. But the site, the archaeological site, is still in the World Heritage List. One of the most important heritage sites in the World Heritage List is Busra, the city of Busra in the south of Syria. We can see here the citadel of Crac du Chevalier. It's Qalat al-Husn, also one of the World Heritage sites. More pictures of the one of the World Heritage Sites. Now we can see here a picture of the dead cities in the north of Syria, also in the World Heritage list. Since the 70s, we can see a lot of transformation in the field of management of archaeological, the management of historical buildings or archaeological sites in Syria. The directory opened the door to all kind of participation, and they cooperate with the mission of excavation in the archaeological sites. Also, they cooperate with the Agency for Technical Cooperation like JTZ, and also with the Aga Khan Foundation, not only for financial support, also a technical support, and also they cooperate with the national foundation like Al-Aidi Foundation. So the Directory of Patrimony, they tried to fill all the gaps in this field, which need a lot of scientific support and financial. So, since the establishment of the Directorate of Antiquities, the Directorate of Antiquities has remained the main player in the Syrian Heritage Administration, but it was able to distribute rules according to its needs, giving for mission responsibility of archaeological excavation, while it's established museums, supervised restoration works, and sometimes they ask for the foreign expert in this regard. The endowment and awqaf and municipalities also participated as a technical expert. From a financial standpoint, where was an annual budget which had been growing since independence, but had been reduced since the last war. We also note that it didn't reject international aid or the provision of some local or international association that contributed to the restoration of many sites and buildings in major cities. Now, reality has become more complex with the scale of destruction, the increase in another challenge, and the lack of competence in the Directorate of Antiquities. But we hope for a new renaissance for Syrian heritage, despite all the current challenge. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. And I hope I will be with you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilas. I too hope for a renaissance of archaeological work in Syria. I have many fond memories of a lot of those World Heritage sites, visiting those. And I'm happy to tell you over a pisco sour a story about my ongoing feud with the one-legged parking attendant at the Crac de Chevalier. But over a pisco sour. Okay, we'll move on. Okay, again, another remote presenter. This time it's Zulbiya Hafsa Özdemir from Turkey. And again, it's a pre-recorded. I think this one will just play right through, but I may have to do a similar thing. And it's entitled Conservation Challenges of an Abandoned Archaeological Site in Turkey, the 1001 Churches.
Distinguished participants, today, I will present a talk on the archaeological site known as the 1001 Churches, a location that holds unique insights into the early Christian history of Anatolia but currently faces serious conservation challenges. As you can also observe in the visual, this site is located in the south of Turkey, within the borders of Karaman province, a transitional zone between central Anatolia and the Mediterranean. The settlement is spread along the slopes of Karadag, an extinct volcano, situated at an elevation exceeding 1,000 meters. This topography was historically chosen both for seclusion and defense. The volcanic nature of the region directly influenced the character and workmanship of the building stones used in construction. The use of local materials gave rise to a distinctive architectural character. Connection to St. Paul's route and Derb. The 1001 Churches stands out not only for its geographical features but also for its religious historical significance. The site is located along the route of St. Paul's missionary journeys through Anatolia and is therefore considered a sacred stop in the early Christian period. Approximately 2 kilometers east of the area lies the ancient city of Derb, mentioned in the Bible as one of the cities visited by St. Paul. This proximity suggests that the site was not merely a settlement but also a hub for missionary activity, monastic life, and spiritual retreat. The density of churches in the area further supports this claim. Moreover, in the earliest years of Christianity, when worship was practiced in secrecy and under threat, the location of this site proved to be ideal in terms of security and concealment. Ruins on Karadag and the state of abandonment. Dozens of structures are scattered along the slopes of Karadag, and unfortunately, most of them today are abandoned and unprotected. These include churches, monasteries, civil buildings, and funerary monuments from the Byzantine period. The long-term absence of settlement in the area has accelerated natural degradation. Roofs have collapsed, walls have eroded, and decorative elements have disappeared. Additionally, looting by treasure hunters and damage caused by unaware visitors threaten the authenticity of the site. The lack of proper protective measures is the most fundamental cause of this abandonment. Mapping the Medenser area. One of the most concentrated areas of settlement on Karadag is Medenser, which functioned as an important monastic complex during the early Christian period. The region's accessibility and defensibility were major factors in its selection. As you can observe on the map, the churches, residential areas, and various religious buildings in this region are arranged in a deliberate layout. This organization reflects a planned settlement structure and a well-structured religious center. Findings by Ramsey and Bell, Medenser. The first systematic documentation of the 1001 churches was carried out in the late 19th century by Alfred Ramsey and Gertrude Bell. Ramsey's historical topographical approach, combined with Bell's architectural and archaeological observations, led to the recording and numbering of structures along with interpretations of their possible functions. In particular, churches in the Medenser region were classified based on their floor plans, apse shapes, column arrangements, and facade characteristics. This body of work continues to serve as a valuable resource for current research. Transition to the ICAHM area. Another significant settlement cluster is ICAHM, located further south on the map. Although less dense than Medenser, it is rich in religious structures. ICAHM was likely used by a smaller religious community or served as a retreat center for temporary seclusion. The scattered distribution of structures suggests individual or small-scale communal use. Ramsey and Bell's observations, Ukayu. Ramsey and Bell also conducted surveys in the Ukayu region, mapping and numbering the churches found there. They produced building plans and analyzed material features and formal qualities. These data provide foundational references for current mapping and typological analyses. Boards engravings, the earliest records. The earliest known visual documentation of the 1001 churches comes from engravings made by the French traveler Laborde in the early 19th century. These engravings depict detailed facades and overall views of the structures, but no signs of surrounding settlement are visible. This suggests that even at that time, the buildings were already abandoned and standing only as ruins. The engravings offer critical visual clues regarding both architectural details and the solitude of the landscape. When we examine these visuals today, we can clearly observe the positioning of the structures and the absence of any traces of settlement in their surroundings. Comparing past and present states of the structures. Some structures have been rephotographed from the same angles used in historical engravings and archival images. These comparisons clearly illustrate the physical deterioration that has occurred over time. This visual documentation is highly valuable in assessing changes caused by both natural processes and human impact. Structure inventory and condition table. In our prepared structure inventory table, each building is listed with its reference number, current physical state, and degree of preservation. This table serves as a scientific basis for prioritizing conservation efforts. It also helps identify how much information is available for restoration or digital modeling. Since the number of buildings is quite high, I will go through these pages more quickly. Jackson's 2017 mapping. In 2017, the researcher Jackson re-evaluated the spatial distribution of structures in both Medencer and Ukayu. Some buildings had completely disappeared, while others could only be traced through their foundations. These distinctions are indicated on the map with colors. Red areas denote structures that are lost, while blue and black areas represent partially preserved remains. Current excavations and new discoveries. Although limited, archaeological excavations are currently underway in the 1001 Churches region. These efforts have uncovered structures that had not previously been recorded and have been documented using digital methods. This has enabled the acquisition of new scientific data and allowed us to reinterpret the significance of the site within its cultural landscape. Conservation problems, stone reuse and lack of ownership. The most significant conservation problem is the lack of an active user community that would claim ownership of the site. For many years, local residents have reused stones from these buildings in their own homes. In some cases, traces of modern cement applications are visible on historic walls. The absence of security measures has allowed looting and vandalism to continue. In addition, erosion, temperature changes, and biological damage are major threats to the structural integrity of the site. Lack of use between the 9th and 19th centuries. Written and visual records about the region between the 9th and 19th centuries are extremely limited. The main reason is the absence of drinkable water sources. After the Roman Empire adopted Christianity as the state religion, the need for remote and fortified Christian sanctuaries diminished, rendering sites like this less relevant. Moreover, the rise in banditry in the region made it difficult for travelers to reach the area, further contributing to the lack of documentation. In response to these gaps, our study has employed various analytical approaches, including chronological reading, cultural and social transformation analysis, and architectural typological studies to better understand ruined or partially collapsed structures. Additional analyses include material durability assessments, landscape archaeology, spatial analysis, and GIS-based mapping to interpret the relationship between the buildings and the topography. From a social and cultural scale, our focus includes cultural landscape approach, conservation-driven research, risk analysis and management planning, visitor experience and educational presentation, comparative World Heritage analysis, and criteria comparison with international examples. Comparison with similar sites. Similar early Christian sites, such as the rock-cut churches in Cappadocia or the so-called dead cities of Syria, are far better preserved today. The reasons for this include strong promotional efforts and high visitor potential, active involvement of local governments and civil society organizations, early conservation and documentation interventions, international recognition through UNESCO and other global protective frameworks, PhD project and digital presentation. This presentation is part of my ongoing doctoral research on the 1001 churches in Karaman. As part of this project, 3D digital models of the structures are being created and presented both for academic use and to raise public awareness. By adopting a user experience focused approach, we are developing an alternative method for documenting and presenting the site. Through this, we aim to implement a preservation and revitalization practice that keeps pace with technological advancements. General outlook on threatened sites in Turkey. Just like the 1001 churches, many archaeological sites across Turkey remain undocumented or are at serious risk of disappearance. To ensure the preservation and sustainability of these sites, the following steps are crucial. Raising awareness among local communities and encouraging them to embrace cultural heritage. Developing sustainable projects based on a conservation-use balance. Expanding digital documentation and presentation methods. Strengthening legal frameworks and improving on-site enforcement. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so that draws us to a close of this session, and thank you to all the presenters, both remotely and here in person. I wanted to say, if you do have any questions for them, especially the remote ones who aren't here for you to talk to over a Pisco Sour, you can send an email to me and I'll send it through and I can help connect you up. So feel free to send me an email with that regard. I also wanted to just, Yumiko, can you just stand up for a second? So the next session, we're about to have coffee for a 15-minute coffee break. Yumiko will be chairing the next session. The 4 people that are be presenting in the next session, could you go and see Yumiko, please, quickly, just to introduce yourself and to be familiar with the system up here. 15-minute break. I do have an it's not a QR code, it's an internet password. If people are interested, you can come up and see me. I haven't quite worked out how to put it on my computer and show it up there yet. So maybe I'll do that during the break, and when you come back, I'll get it up there. I can read it out, but okay. So it's ICAHM 2025, so it's only capital I and then lowercase CAHM 2025. That's the SSID. ICAHM 2025 is the network, I believe. And the password is capital I, lowercase, CHAM SPA, ICAHM SPA. First again is ICAHM 2025, capital I, lowercase, CAHM, the number 2025. No spaces, no dots. Password again is ICAHM SPA, capital I, lowercase, CHAM SPA. I will try and get it written down and put up on a wall somewhere so we can find it easily enough. Okay, coffee. Because we're a bit behind, we'll try and aim to be, well, let's go, we'll be back here at 4:15, so that's a 20-minute coffee break, please. Thank you. It's not working? That's the Wi-Fi. Hello? Okay, I've just realised that the password actually has ICAHM spelt incorrectly. So the password, I'll put it up on the screen, okay? I'll do that during the break. That might be easier. Yeah. We'll put it in the WhatsApp group. How's that? I don't think people out back can hear me, but if you can you move your way back in? That 20-minute coffee break's gone very, very quickly. Okay. You can just click slides that,
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the second session. Well, there are some people still missing, but I think it's time to start now, so I will start. Hi, I'm Yumiko Nakanishi. Well, it's just not that important, but my surname is misspelled on the program. So I'm the financial secretary of ICAHM, although we don't really have finance. Yeah, and the first speaker of the second session is Gertrude Branco and Leonor Rocha, both from Portugal, and Leonor presenting a paper on strategies for managing Portugal's archaeological heritage.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Yo voy a hablar en castellano, lo mejor que voy a intentar lo mejor. Yo y Gertrudes Branco venimos de Portugal, la Universidad de Évora. Apenas para terem uma ideia que Portugal se queda arriba e nós outros estamos aqui abaixo 2 dias para chegar aqui. Bueno, lo que vamos a hablar hoy es sobretudo de patrimonio arqueológico, la arqueología preventiva y de protección y valorización en Portugal. Lo que podemos decir es que, creo que se pasa un poco por todo lado lo mismo, es que enfrentamos desafíos de protección del patrimonio que tienen a ver con las políticas. Diferentes gobiernos, cada vez que cambia el gobierno, nos tenemos diferentes políticas de protección del patrimonio. como em Portugal vamos tendo muitos governos, agora estamos novamente em processo eleitoral, cada vez vamos ter muito certo uma política que vai cambiar em termos de la instituição ou o ministério que controla o patrimônio em geral e o arqueológico em particular. Quando miramos este gráfico, é mostrar pouco o que é a arqueologia portuguesa nos últimos 10 anos. O que podem ver arriba são, creio que é possível ler abaixo, nós que temos arriba é a prevenção e a emergência, tudo arriba. Abaixo nós temos a investigação e a valorização. Isto mostra muito bem a diferença que temos entre a emergência e o que valorizamos. Bueno, a investigação e os dados mais recentes se quedam à esquerda, os mais antigos à direita. Podemos ver que os projetos de investigação vão cambiando pouco, pero são muito poucos. Parte de los ciclos de arqueologia têm que ter classes de trabalho de campo. E então, temos que fazer projetos de investigação para levar os estudantes para esta escola prática em que vão aprendendo pouco a profissão. E daí que temos os projetos de investigação. São maioritariamente das universidades e muito poucos de investigadores independentes. Bueno, quando miramos a valorização, isto é problema. Como hemos visto no outro slide, de facto, nós temos muito pouca valorização em Portugal. Temos muitos yacimentos arqueológicos, grandes yacimentos arqueológicos que necessitam de valorização, conservação, pero temos uma grande falta de financiamento. E muitas das intervenções que vamos tendo estão promovidas pelos ayuntamientos. Por quê? Por o turismo. Não é processo do governo central, pero é mais abaixo. São os ayuntamientos que estão pensando em valorizar o que têm para atrair turistas. A prevenção, que é outra das escalas que se queda muito abaixo, sofre do mesmo problema. É que para prevenir teríamos que conhecer melhor, teríamos que ter uma ideia no fundo, de ter plano de o que é importante e o que vamos a ser capazes de considerar como o que devemos manter no futuro. A grande quantidade de trabalhos são de acompanhamento de seguimento arqueológico, de movimentos de terra, as grandes obras, incluídos em grandes projetos de construção, de vias, de trem, de aeroportos, de turismo, e que por la lei portuguesa têm obrigatoriamente que ter seguimento arqueológico. Os sondeios e as escavações são uma grande parte de trabalho para as empresas de arqueologia em Portugal e não são devidamente cientificamente caracterizadas. Por quê? Porque tem que fazer apenas um reporte no final do trabalho e muitas das vezes o que temos são não os apresentam cientificamente em revistas, em congressos, e, portanto, temos uma grande quantidade de informação que não está passando para o plano científico, que se queda guardada. E os estudos de impacto ambiental, temos que todos os grandes trabalhos, projetos, têm que ter o impacto ambiental. E esse impacto ambiental depende do tipo de projeto, mas no início todos têm que fazer trabalhos de campo, de prospecções, de tentar identificar os sítios, os yacimientos, escalonar os que são mais importantes, menos importantes, os que vão ser diretamente afetados e os que necessitam de uma intervenção urgente. Pero todos eles, 99,9%, podem ser destruídos. Por quê? Porque o empreendimento não pode parar. A economia não pode parar. A arqueologia, o patrimônio, não pode parar no empreendimento. E daí, o que temos de trabalhos também de emergência. De emergência, nós temos o princípio de la valeta, que é o poluidor pagador. O problema que nós temos em Portugal é que temos que identificar quem vai destruir. Se identificamos uma pessoa, uma empresa que destrói, podemos dizer, tu vas a pagar. Mas quando não temos, isso é difícil. E, portanto, é uma tarefa do Estado que se vai tentando repassar para os outros, mas é um grande problema. Aqui trazemos um conjunto de 2 ou 3 exemplos de sítios, como, por exemplo, este, que se queda cerca de Lisboa e que está próximo do mar e tem o problema da erosão. Nós temos uma grande quantidade de yacimentos que se quedam na linha de costa e que estão a ser afetados pela erosão. E, portanto, este é um dos sítios que há uma intervenção de emergência para salvaguardar ou recuperar ainda alguma informação. Portanto, o que eu dizia é que nós temos, de facto, legislação que entra por via da União Europeia, que é obrigatória para todos os Estados comunitários, e que implica a proteção, a valorização de todos os sítios, yacimientos, o patrimônio em geral. Quando nós pensamos como se procede em Portugal, nós temos todo um processo de autorização, de controle, que teoricamente deveria assegurar que tudo se passa bem. Pero, por vezes, de facto, a prática é que temos muitos profissionais que são autônomos e que, no fundo, conseguem ir fazendo de trabalhos e passando um pouco entre a lei e marchando e continuando seguindo. Portanto, o importante é, quando nós vemos, é que temos uma grande quantidade de trabalhos arqueológicos que se passam todos os anos, todos os dias, de diferentes tipos, e que visam, no fundo, garantir a salvaguarda do patrimônio e a produção de conhecimento científico, porque isso, para mim, é o básico, salvaguardar e produzir conhecimento científico. E, portanto, o que temos, como eu disse antes, esse é um dos pontos débeis da política que nós temos de proteção do patrimônio, que é a capacidade de ver, mirar o que está passando e o que não está passando bem. E, portanto, é necessário que toda a cadeia, desde a prospecção, a escavação, a produção dos inventários, dos manejos das coleções, hasta a publicação, seja garantida. O que temos, sobretudo, é que ter a ideia que o patrimônio não nos pertence. Nós lo hemos recebido e temos que assegurar que nossos hijos, os hijos de nossos hijos, vão continuar a ter acesso a este patrimônio. Portanto, o patrimônio que vem é algo que ha passado por muitas e muitas gerações. E se hoje los temos, significa que os outros lo protegeram e lo salvaguardaram. E nós outras queremos que temos que fazer tudo para que os outros lo continuem a ter e a poder mirar e que não seja apenas em los filmes ou em documentários dizer, que era bonito, pero já não há. Muitas gracias.
Thank you very much, Leonor. And now we'd like to move to the next presentation by Andrew Mason from Canada, titled on Heritage Sustainability Index Benchmarking Corporate Safeguards.
Thank you. We'll see how rusty I am. It's public speaking. So thank you. Again, my name is Andy Mason. I'm from Vancouver, Canada, and the unceded and traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm very pleased to speak with you today. My paper introduces a method to rate cultural heritage safeguards as a means to evaluate and manage reputational risk and the general sustainability of corporations. As we know, cultural heritage encompasses the essential places, practices, and traditions that define the identity of individuals and communities. These elements are fundamental not only to emotional and physical well-being, but also to sustainable development. And the topic of my paper is quite abstract, so I like to include this slide at the beginning to remember it's about people, and that's what's important, people and culture. Cultural heritage management policies are typically driven by government bodies, NGOs, including heritage professionals, such as ourselves gathered here today, as well as civil society. However, these approaches often overlook the significant role of corporations. Today, I'm going to focus on their influence because, like it or not, corporations are among the most powerful entities in society. Now I will speak to the growing importance of cultural heritage in corporate decision-making. High-profile incidents such as Rio Tinto's destruction of ancient rock shelters at Juukan Gorge in 2020 have highlighted the serious reputational and executive consequences of poor cultural heritage stewardship. Since then, cultural heritage has emerged as a critical concern at the C-suite level, especially within the extractive industries, mining, oil and gas, but also other sectors such as transportation and manufacturing. Many corporations have since enhanced their safeguard policies and increasingly consult subject matter experts for guidance, and I think a number of us in this room fulfill that role for some corporations from time to time. As environmental social governance, ESG, frameworks gain prominence, there is increased pressure from investors, Indigenous peoples, and stakeholders to include cultural heritage in corporate decision-making and risk evaluation processes. Protecting and integrating cultural heritage in business practices can enhance a corporation's reputation, support its long-term sustainability, and boost investor confidence. Bloomberg's European headquarters in London is a good example of good corporate practice, where they essentially incorporated a Roman temple into the basement of the museum and reestablished a Roman road network through the center of their building. With cultural heritage playing an increasingly vital role in corporate decision-making, I identified a critical gap in the marketplace, namely the absence of a comprehensive tool to evaluate corporate safeguards for cultural heritage. And these are some examples that I saw through my research. You're probably familiar with Moody's, the ratings agency. They have a tool called ESG View that provides company-level ESG data to integrate into their risk analyses. The ISI has the Envision tool, which is a framework and rating system to evaluate projects. And there is one dimension that looks at cultural heritage. I think it's a little bit biased towards built heritage, and it evaluates projects, not corporate practices, so it's just looking at individual projects. The GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, they have a framework for businesses and organizations to report on their ESG performance, which is increasingly becoming important. Not a whole lot in there about cultural heritage. They have little sub-modules, one on mining, one on coal mining, one on oil gas. It touches on cultural heritage, but it really just asks for a summary of what are you doing as a corporation with your projects to protect or adversely affect, in some cases, cultural heritage. So not quite the same thing. And the last one is MSCI, which is a pure sustainability index, or a series of indices. These are typically black boxes, so you don't really know what's in them, but there are a number of published papers. And through my research, it doesn't look like there's any consideration of cultural heritage. So there's a real gap and an opportunity for cultural heritage with the tool that I'm proposing. So noting this gap in the marketplace led me to explore the development of an index that enables benchmarking, enhances transparency, and supports informed decisions by investors, stakeholders, and Indigenous peoples. In response to the growing importance of cultural heritage in business, I'm happy to introduce my Heritage Sustainability Index, or the HSI. This tool evaluates corporate actions related to cultural heritage protection using key indicators to assess company performance. The HSI examines factors such as the presence of specific heritage policies, recognition of cultural heritage as a human right, and membership in industry groups that promote the protection of cultural heritage. And I'll get a bit more into the weeds in a couple slides, so a bit more detail to come. The HSI offers something for everyone. As I mentioned, it addresses a gap in ESG reporting related to cultural heritage, so our interests are protected. Outcomes. My theory is competition among industry peers will drive innovation and improve cultural heritage outcomes. So the quality and nature of cultural heritage safeguards and protection will only go up. For lenders, for banks that invest in projects, loan to people, the HSI can be used to evaluate borrowers' performance. They can see where they fall within the spectrum of good practice, so they can make informed decisions around risk. Borrowers, they know that they should take actions to improve their safeguards so they can borrow money at a better rate and get cheaper insurance for their projects. Efficiency, if you're a project proponent and you're doing world-class work using the highest standards, you should get your approvals more smoothly. Costs should be a little bit lower, schedule should be in order. And finally, for civil society, you're able to see where specific corporations land on a spectrum, and you can lobby to encourage laggards to improve their practices. So there's a number of different things for everybody. The HSI draws on earlier research that examined the cultural heritage management practices of 25 major private sector banks by focusing on the practices of global systemically important banks, GSIBs. I apologize for all the acronyms today. This is a group of 29 financial institutions whose systemic risk profile is deemed to be of such importance that a bank's failure would trigger a wider financial crisis and threaten the global economy. These banks are often described as too big to fail, which is kind of ironic because one failed last year. But given their importance and influence, I chose them to represent a baseline for comparison against all industry sectors. Very quickly on methods, step one, I compiled search terms derived from Mason and Ying 2020 and select declarations, conventions, and initiatives of the World Bank, UN, and UNESCO. I obtained online source material about the GSIBs from corporate websites, only English, and no third-party sources. This was done on purpose for comparability between the groups. So lots of PDF reports and web pages. Step three, I used NVivo 14 software and I applied the search terms to the online source material to identify indicators and sub-indicators. This is a very iterative process. It went on far too long. And as a final step, NVivo 14 was again used to apply the keywords to the online source material, which was then coded against the indicators and sub-indicators that I identified to generate a score for each GSIB. So if I've lost you, don't worry, I published it and it's all detailed there and much clearer than I present. Sorry. Okay, so I'll just quickly run through the 12 indicators. Do you have a cultural heritage protection policy? Do you have a prohibited activities policy? Basically a banned activities list. Do you have a restricted activities policy? Basically higher due diligence requirements. Have you signed UNESCO's World Heritage No-Go commitment? Do you have a standalone policy on UNESCO World Heritage sites? Do you have an Indigenous Peoples policy? Have you joined the Equators Principles Association? Do you align with ISO 26000? Do you have a human rights policy or commitments? Do you align with the UN SDGs? Values expression, this is strictly about money. Do you invest in philanthropy? Do you provide money for archaeological investigations, site conservation, those types of activities? And finally, the 12th indicator is financial products, which is specifically designed or targeted to the heritage sector, specifically reduced interest rates, preferred interest rates for borrowers, or eased restrictions on collateral. So again, trying to help the heritage sector. So the scoring, it's a little bit tricky. I'll try to go through it. So this is one example of one of the indicators. In this case, it's indicator 2. It's prohibited activities policy, and it has 4 sub-indicators. The first is, do you prohibit investing in projects that adversely impact cultural heritage? So that's the best in class. It gets a 1 out of 1. That's the second column. Sub-indicator 2.2, do you have a prohibited activities policy related to only specifically to UNESCO World Heritage sites? Good, but less good than the first one, so this gets a half point. Then sub-indicator 2.3, you have this policy, but it doesn't speak to cultural heritage, that's 0. And then sub-indicator 2.4, you don't even have the policy, so that's 0 as well. So second column is the maximum attainable score. The third column, score, in this case, my example, I gave it a 0.5. So in this example, the bank would have a prohibited activities policy for World Heritage sites. The weighting, if the sub-indicator really speaks to cultural heritage, like it's a core element of it, it gets a 2. I basically double that score. If it's more tangential, it doesn't get weighted, it just gets a 1. So again, if it's really core heritage, I double it. If it's just kind of standard, it's receives less weight. And the last column is the score, just for this example. So extrapolating across 2.2, the maximum, that one's worth 0.5. The actual score is 0.5. The weighting's 2, so the score is 1. And these roll up for the 12 indicators to create the index score. So this is what it looks like. So what you see here is the 29 global systemically important banks plotted. 12 indicators, 48 sub-indicators, and a maximum score of 24. That dashed line is the upper quartile cutoff point. The practices indicating higher financial and reputational risk exposures and poorer outcomes for cultural heritage, less redundancy. 8 indicators, 25 sub-indicators, and a maximum score of 48. In addition to kind of reducing some of the redundancy in the earlier version, I streamlined the scoring, and there's a more complex approach to weighting that I can happily discuss later. In this case, I applied this revised index to Newmont Mining to see how it would perform. And in retrospect, it may not have been the best company to pilot, as their practices are best in class, the red dot, and outperform all 29 GSIBs in the baseline. And just full disclosure, I do work for Newmont Mining, so it's just being clear. This shows how the index is meant to be applied. You have the baseline in the gray, and then you can select individual companies to see where they fall within the spectrum and make recommendations on improving practices and adjusting things moving forward. So, just to wrap up, the HSI is a dynamic and adaptive framework that will continuously evolve to reflect the latest ESG trends and data. Its long-term success needs industry partners to refine the index and expand its scope beyond the financial sector. And I'm in discussions with a number of organizations to do that now. Corporate support will be shaped by goodwill and the perceived risks that cultural heritage poses to corporate reputations. By embracing the Heritage Sustainability Index, companies gain a valuable tool, mitigate risks, align with ESG principles, and contribute to lasting sustainability. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Everyone is really in time, which makes my job really easy. And now comes to the next presentation by Matthias Schreib from Germany, entitled on strategies, objectives, and tools for the site management of archaeological sites. So please, Matthias.
Thank you so much for having me here in this fantastic place that I visited 30 years ago with a backpack. And it's really nice to come back. So today I was asked to give a presentation here and draw a little bit from the experiences we have in urban heritage management and what can be maybe transferred to archaeological heritage management. So I tried to give it a go, and we have a visitor. Come here. So that's maybe a good omen. So I will talk a little bit about what are the current challenges for heritage, how have they changed in the last years, what are differences and similarities between archaeological sites and urban heritage sites, and then I will talk a little bit about strategies, objectives, and tools. And I will focus very much on people and skills and not so much on the management plan itself. That would be a different presentation, but I think we have a lot of guidebooks on management plans. And I will reflect a little bit on the lessons learned from site management. So first of all, where are we standing today? What are the main challenges? This is an interesting slide that I use quite often. I mean, when you look 10 years ago, the situation was quite different. It was more extreme weather events that were on the top of the risks. And today we have risks like disinformation, for example. And yes, it also affects heritage. So I think the first thing, when we understand the setting in which heritage is taking place, and heritage is never without any setting or context. We have to acknowledge that, and we heard it this morning in the presentation, again, it's about uncertainty, and we have really a very dynamic, changing situation, and it's not so easy that we can identify one risks and then develop a management plan based on one risk. It's much, much more complex. In the operational guidelines by UNESCO, by the way, they talk about management systems. You're all aware of that. And management systems also include people. And it's not only the management plan. I think it's the biggest misunderstanding that once you have the management plan, everything is fine. It's not. We had an article together with Dennis Rodwell some years ago where we examined 16 World Heritage Sites around the globe about management plans and the implementation, and pretty much all of them said implementation is not in a very good state, even if the making of the management plan can be done in a very good way with external expertise, etc. But these are two different phases. And I have the feeling that for archaeological sites, it's extremely important to acknowledge these two different phases, where we need also people with different skills. So what are the main challenges for heritage today? I have to glance a little bit here because it's so small written. I'm not the youngest anymore, sorry for that. So we have uncontrolled urban change and expansion. We have climate change, of course. We have predatory tourism. Maybe you've heard of this new initiative in Barcelona. There's an NGO that they have threatened this summer to do like guerrilla attacks throughout Europe in different over-tourism sites. So we will see what that will be. We have downgrading and neglect of protected areas. We have transnational migration and displacement, of course. We have the loss of relationship between society and nature. Think of highly urbanized countries where people, the daily life of people is really far away from nature. We have socio-environmental and armed conflicts more and more. We have inequalities related to gender, ethnicity, race, or income. And these are all challenges that are affecting heritage. And when I talk of heritage, I usually talk of heritage as a system. So I like to follow this new emerging trend that is called New Heritage Approaches, here described by our World Heritage. I'm sure you know them. And it's going the notion that in the 1960s, in the World Heritage Convention, it was really sites, it was buildings. Then we had new categories like intangible heritage, document heritage. We had ensembles that included the buildings that were in between the listed buildings. Then we had the Hull approach in 2011 by UNESCO that acknowledged for the first time also functions and relations that are related to buildings. And I think to get the full picture, we need to take the effort to understand really heritage as a system. And what do I mean by this? I give you this example from my hometown, Regensburg. You see this historic place, it's a historic place. And I mean, you can have the limited understanding that what you see on this picture, the heritage is only the buildings, of course. You can have this view, but when you think about it, what is relevant for the heritage, for the management, for the upkeep, is a lot of other things. It's about interpretation, it's about commercial activities, it's about visitors and visitor management, it's of course about historic monuments, it's also about the public realm, about questions of paving, accessibility for disabled people, for mothers with children. It's about the house owners. It's often the forgotten entity when we do heritage management. We don't do a lot of things with the house owners. It's about inhabitants and use questions. We have a lot of students, they like to party. The people who live in the city center don't like when the students party too much. So we have to find a balance. It's about cultural events that is using cultural heritage. We have this in Europe also a lot, for example, in the Capital of Culture initiative. It's about carbon footprint now, more and more. It's about urban design questions. It's about traffic. And we have, of course, a lot of sacral heritage in Regensburg. We have like 50 churches, and you know how it is with the church in Europe. Less and less people go to church. So we have a lot of these buildings. They're extremely expensive. and the church communities don't have a lot of resources, so they come to the public government and say, can you please help us? So the question is what to do with these. So all these aspects are part of heritage. And I think it is not possible to view any building or any artifact without understanding the context. And of course, here you can ask the question, where's the system ending and where's the context starting? Or is it interwoven that you cannot separate it? So I want to stimulate your brain a little bit to take this journey and understand heritage more as a system. What does it mean concretely? When you understand heritage as a system, you focus on connections, interdependencies, changes, and not so much about what we are used to do in heritage science. We make new categories. We are looking for differences. We are looking for the outstanding universal value, for the unique, for the tallest, for the oldest. And here the idea is more to look for connections. And heritage is inseparably connected to people always. So everything we do in cultural heritage, ultimately, we do for people. We have to move beyond isolated entities and look at a more holistic and systemic picture. We have to recognize that there are a lot of, and we heard about this morning, we have nonlinear, dynamic and evolving relationships. And a lot of things are also beyond our control. We love to make management plans and management systems and policies, and then we think we can control everything. But the last years, starting with COVID and the accelerating climate change and things like war in Ukraine, has shown us there are a lot of things we cannot control. We have to react, but we cannot have a plan and organize everything to the last minute, even if one part of me, my German heart, would love to do that, but it's not possible, okay? So material-only approaches are, in a way, often very linear and simplistic, and many of us are trained in this spirit. And I think we need to leave a little bit our comfort zone and understand heritage in its fullness and in its systemic way. How could that look like? This is an excerpt from my PhD, where I examined some project and backgrounded theory and looked what is really part of heritage. And on the highest level of abstraction, we can say that heritage is made of people, resources, concepts, processes, principles, contexts, and tools. And I also needed a development narrative because my PhD was on heritage-based urban development, so I needed that. And when you look on the level below, for example, when it comes to people, you can differentiate, and this is what came from the data. It was not from my brain. We can find actors, affected people, and decision makers, for example. And this is a scheme that you can use to understand basically any heritage if you just go through it and look what is relevant. And that broadens your view and goes well beyond the material qualities of any cultural heritage. So, coming to archaeological sites, I have a limited understanding because I'm a historical geographer, but I'm well aware that you differentiate between prehistoric sites and historical sites. And I have the feeling that in archaeology, you are very much into system thinking by nature, because to understand any archaeological site, you have to look at the context, you have to look at the time, you have to look at the climate, you have to look at the soil, you have to look at the use patterns. So you are doing this a lot in a systemic way. Unfortunately, it is not often described that you do it in a systemic way. That's my feeling. You would have a great contribution to this new heritage approach, and I'm happy to look into how we can develop this further. So when it comes to urban heritage, it is basically more that we look into three main categories. That is from UNESCO's 2011. It's in relation with the Hull approach. It's monumental heritage, non-exceptional heritage elements, those buildings in between that we have a hard time to manage on the local level because We don't have a hard regulation, but they are still relevant for the heritage. And we have new urban elements, you know, like street patterns, public open spaces, urban infrastructure. And all these things in, of course, the urban context is constantly changing. Cities have always changed and they are defined by change. Maybe this is a difference between archaeological sites that are outside the urban setting, that you deal with change to a lesser extent and you deal more with current use challenges. But of course, in Europe, many of the archaeological sites are at the center of an urban site. So there you have a lot of overlaps. So the question is, I try to look for the differences. So maybe in archaeological sites, it's usually inactive and symbolic, while in urban heritage is actively used and inhabited. The visibility in archaeological sites is maybe often buried or fragmented, and it's you need to go a long way to tell your story sometimes. It's easier for buildings. We have physically intact and visible heritage in urban heritage sites, hopefully. The management focus in archaeology is often on research and preservation, and in urban heritage in the last 50 years it was mainly on adaptive reuse and maintenance. So when it comes to use, archaeological sites are often used, like we heard from Jordan this morning, for educational or touristic purposes, while in urban heritage we have a multitude of functions that are overlapping and happening within this heritage. People use there, they live there, they party there, they marry there, whatever. So what could be strategies that we can take from the experience from the urban heritage management to the archaeological heritage management? So maybe first the understanding also that archaeological sites are complex systems, and they are made from tangible and intangible assets, and also values and uses, sometimes destruction, whatever. So it goes far beyond, and you all know this, but it's not often told the story that it is a system. So the meaning emerges with interaction through people and communities. I mean, it would have been a different talk to talk about heritage interpretation. A lot of things going on there with the colleagues in Korea. And the governance requires integrated planning within a broader urban regional context. And we also need to have a shift here from a linear approach that goes like step A, B, C, D, E, and then we reach something. I think this is also for many archaeological sites true, that it has become unpredictable when we look at hazards and challenges. So this linear thinking that we're used to from the 1960s and that worked so well at that time somehow needs to be reconsidered. So talking about people, maybe we need different people to manage an archaeological site than we need to research and excavate it. I'm sure this is not new for you, but we made this concept with the colleagues from the urban heritage sites, and we looked what are the roles that we need for an effective site management. So we came up with 6 different roles. So we need the role of the coordinator that is bringing everything together. We have the role of the mediator. It's about heritage interpretation, telling the story. The role that most of my colleagues from the site managers don't feel very well equipped is the role of the facilitator, to host meetings, to organize workshops, to know what is a good training and what is a bad training. Usually you don't learn it at university, but it's an absolute essential skill for any heritage manager. And I think there's also something where we can develop something in terms of training courses, because this is something you can learn. We have the role of the leader, and often in site management and heritage management, it means leading from the site. You have to motivate your colleagues that are not your subordinates, and that's especially difficult. We have the role of the interpreter and the innovator, because things are changing. Now we have smart cities, we have GIS, we have new forms of mobility. We have to invent new things. We cannot use the old recipes from the 1970s and do it today. It doesn't work anymore. So looking at these different roles, and these I developed because I have many students that ask me, how can I become a site manager? and then I asked, okay, what do you like to do? And I try to relate these roles and skills with the Big Five personality concept. Maybe some of you know it or have filled in a test. You know, you find a lot of free online tests on the Big Five personality tests. And they work with 5 different categories of the personality. So it's extroversion, it's emotional stability, it's agreeableness, conscientiousness, and openness. And from what I just told, that we need to innovate constantly, it is very clear that you need to have a certain degree of openness when you're a site manager. When you only feel comfortable with the tools that you have used for the last 30 years over and over, you will not be a good innovator. So there was this big analysis from the European Commission. It was called Voices of Culture, where they analyzed the whole cultural heritage sector and looked for skills. And that was interesting for me because I related it with the roles and skills that I developed with my colleagues, site managers, and looked how it is overlapping. And this goes a little bit further into details. So for example, what we need as a skill, as a transversal skills, is like communication skills or knowledge transfer and things like financial competency. For example, when you do proposal writing, because all the cities have no money anymore, so we need to write proposals for applications all the time, you need to have specific skills and a basic financial understanding. We also need to have like a management competence when it comes to stakeholder management, for example, human resource management. Interesting question also that I was asking myself in relation to the archaeological sites. What are the stakeholders in an archaeological site? I guess they are quite different from stakeholders in an urban site, depending on the nature of the archaeological site and where it is located. But everything we do and all the management planning in the beginning usually starts with a stakeholder analysis. And to do this, you also need to have specific skills. We need to do human resource management. When we have a team, we need to learn strategic thinking, digital competency, because now everyone wants to make an app, or we need to play with social media all the time. And today I would add here also system thinking. System thinking is something that everyone can learn on a personal level. It's very helpful for many areas of life, and it helps specifically in site management. What else do we have? Prospective thinking. We had a workshop last September with, maybe you know him, Cornelius Holtorf, also an archaeologist from Sweden, about future literacy. It's also something UNESCO is promoting very much. And we work with scenarios with a variety of people ranging from mayors and site managers. And it worked really fantastic because you start with a point of time in the future, and from that point you think what you need to do for your site. And we are so much rooted in the heritage sector, always starting with the past. And he really turns it around, but he's an archaeologist, and that works really well. And my idea is also to use it in our upcoming overdue of our management plan, because people loved the method. And it's something that's easy to be done. We need to have competencies about shared stewardship, who is the owner, and of course social competency. We need to be good with people, because when we manage a site, we are not managing stones. We are managing people. We are managing users, we are managing politicians, we are managing people in the ministries, we are managing media. So it's all about people, so we need to be good with people. So I'm coming to the conclusion because I see someone standing here and getting a little bit closer. So reflecting the site management. So from my point of view and the experience, and also some proof that we have from scientific analysis, sometimes it's more important who is managing the site than what variety of fantastic tools you have in place. Often it's also you have this personal element, and it's often overseen. And I get a lot of cities that ask me, tell me, how can I find a good site manager? This is why we develop this roles and skill set, because it's at the end of the day also a personal thing. So effective managers are very good facilitators of cooperation. they very often training and competencies are overlooked. So what are the skills? Team-based approaches are also possible. All these roles that I showed don't need to be in one person. Of course, you can have a team, but you can look that all the roles are present in your team. An integrated approach makes site management essential and successful. And I mean, in Europe, this is pretty much common sense. After the Leipzig Charter and the new Bauhaus, everything we do is integrated. The question is, how do we integrate, especially the different sectors on the different government levels? That's sometimes very tricky. And before I come to an end, I have a short invitation for you. So we are making this special issue with MDPI. It's a topic collection. It's called Climate Change Related Challenges and Transformation. And if you're interested to submit, it's open access journals, MDPI. There is a publishing fee, but many institutions waive it. And there are ways to get around this fee. And you have a wide visibility. It's open access. And you can submit to the following journals: Climate, Heritage, Tourism and Hospitality, Sustainability and Conservation. And I would be very happy with my two editor colleagues, Rohit Chigiasu and Professor Krista Gustafsson from Sweden, if one or the other of you would be happy and interested to submit a paper. Thank you so much for your attention. That was my presentation.
Sorry, I'm losing the cover. Excuse me, I just can't find the mouse. Yeah. It's there, but not here. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Matthias. And the last presenter of today is Peter Ives from United States. Systems, laws, and regulations that guide the New Mexico Cultural Resources Information System.
Thank you very much, and a delight to be here with everybody. This is my first conference with this particular organization, and so it's a pleasure to be able to present to you essentially what is the archaeological management system that we use within the state of New Mexico in the United States. I would begin simply by thanking all the folks associated with ICAMOS, with ICAHM, Matt Wincoop in particular, our sponsors, of course, the alcalde, and other government officials and people here of San Pedro de Atacama, the attendees, and of course presenters, and the multitude of staff and volunteers who have made all of this possible. And a special thanks, because we have such similar ceremonies at many of the events in New Mexico, to the indigenous peoples who presented this morning, and welcome to all of us here. So my name is Peter Ives, and I am an attorney by training, and have been involved in two jobs during my professional career that have relevance here today. First is having spent 21 years with a group called the Trust for Public Land, doing land conservation work, primarily in the American Southwest, but also more broadly across various portions of the United States. And then 4 years as General Counsel for the New Mexico Department of Cultural Affairs, and that relevance will become evident as we move through some of the slides. So, what is NMCRIS? Again, it's the New Mexico Cultural Resource Information System. And what we're going to look at today is what it is, why it was created, how it is managed, some sample sites thrown in here and there, as well as why does it work. NMCRIS is a searchable database consisting of reports and maps documenting investigations, of which there are a variety of types, of sites of historic and cultural significance and interest in 4 different categories. It tracks archaeological sites, and in the database there are over 206,000 of these sites. HCPI, and if you see down at the bottom of the slide, it refers to the Historic Cultural Properties Inventory, so culturally significant sites. It also contains the registered properties, and these are properties that have qualified for registration both on the National Historic Register and the State of New Mexico Historic Register, as well as archaeological and architectural surveys, again, which number in this case over 130,000. So it tracks 365,000 plus sites across the state of New Mexico, and that number is being added to every year as additional surveys are conducted. It is the largest automated cultural database in the United States. Looking at why it was created, like many systems tracking such things, it grew out of its predecessors, and we'll talk about the oversight of the system, but under the Archaeological Records Management sector, ARMS, that originally relied upon paper records, of course, and later on computerized databases. This has been a new system put in place a number of years ago, which already has seen significant upgrades as the system has expanded. New Mexico, for those who don't know, is in the American Southwest, as shown on this map. It is the 5th largest state in the United States, and its climate and geography are highly varied, with mountains to sparse deserts. And the Rio Grande River, Rio Grande, runs from the north through the south of New Mexico. It runs down actually into Mexico and forms the border between Texas and Mexico till it empties into the Gulf of Mexico. And we have 15 national parks there, as well as 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which I believe constitute the most in any particular state within the United States. So, how is NMCRIS managed? There are 4 primary organizations that have oversight over the system, which should give you some sense of its significance. First of all, there is a group called the Cultural Properties Review Committee, and we'll talk about these on the ensuing slides. The New Mexico Department of Cultural Affairs, the Historic Preservation Division, and the Archaeological Resources Management Section. So the CPRC, the Cultural Properties Review Committee, was created by statute, our Cultural Properties Act, to serve as a professional policy-making advisory board for historic preservation in New Mexico. And this reflects a broad belief by the government of New Mexico of the significance of its cultural and archaeological resources, and a strong intent to protect and preserve those in ways that will have various benefits, and we'll get into some of those. This committee is comprised of 9 members, and you can see by the backgrounds here just how varied that is. There is the state historian, there is a professional in architectural history, a professional in history, a professional in architecture, a professional in prehistoric archaeology, a professional in historic archaeology, a professional recognized in history or several of the other subdisciplines. Significantly, it includes a member of a New Mexico Indian nation, tribe, or pueblo. And in New Mexico, we have 23 recognized federal tribes consisting of 19 pueblos, which tend to be very localized native peoples, as compared to the 4 reservation-based tribes, including the Navajo, which is the largest Native American tribe in the United States. And then finally, a representative of the general public. But you note the emphasis on professionally trained people, and that's something we will see continuing as we can look through the various slides. The New Mexico Department of Cultural Affairs, which was formed in 1978, represents New Mexico's dedication to preserving and celebrating cultural integrity and the diversity of our state. It has 15 divisions, which include significantly an Office of Archaeological Studies, the Historic Preservation Division, as well as Museum Resources Division. So it plays a very significant role and, of course, is operated by the state of New Mexico under one of our cabinet secretaries, and that's where I served as general counsel for 4 years. The Historic Preservation Division is to some degree an outcome of the National Historic Preservation Act, which required states to create a position called the State Historic Preservation Officer, or SHPO. So that person who gets appointed by our governor is the head of that particular office, and that particular office oversees some of the work of the archaeological research management section. This is also the point within the government in the state of New Mexico that consultation is required as investigations occur. So when any, say, a highway project was started, there would be required consultation with some or all of those Native American peoples in the state of New Mexico, because there is a fundamental respect for their heritage, and their heritage is written large across the state of New Mexico, as we will see. That brings us finally to the Archaeological Research Management section, and this section is dedicated to the housing, maintaining, and protecting all records of archaeological investigation in the state of New Mexico, and you saw how many there were. It's also dedicated to protecting the security of those that database, as well as providing access to qualified users, and that's another point that we'll come back to a little later. It provides tabular and geospatial information to qualified users regarding cultural resources, investigations, archaeological sites, historic sites, and again, the state and national register properties. So looking at, I mentioned we had 3 World Heritage sites in New Mexico. The first one, which is really a natural site, is the Carlsbad Caverns, which is down in the southeastern part of the state, and it is renowned as being one of the most accessible and best preserved cave complexes in the world, and it was made a national park in 1930 and elevated to a World Heritage Site in 1995, and this is the entrance, and you walk into the cavern. There's also an elevator, but you can walk down and into the cavern and spend a wonderful time touring many different chambers and many different wonders to be seen down there. Another one is Taos Pueblo. So Taos Pueblo is essentially a Native American pueblo that was initially constructed sometime between 1000 and 1450 AD. It has about 150 people living in the historic complex. There are other buildings that now constitute part of the pueblo, but it basically was constructed of adobe, mud mixed with straw, as you'll see if you walk out into the courtyard here and look at the wall across there. And access to many of the homes in the complex were through ladders going up the sides of homes to a point where you'd go into a ladder through the roof of the particular room. So this has been a tremendous cultural site. The people of Taos are, of course, still vital and living in that same landscape up in the northern part of New Mexico. The third is Chaco Canyon, which is a phenomenal site, which is up in the northwest portion of New Mexico, close to in proximity to the Navajo Nation. This is a map of the Chaco Canyon sites, if you will, and what is the National Historical Park that is Chaco Canyon. So it houses a tremendously large collection of pre-Columbian indigenous ruins, which have been said to be the most sweeping collection of ancient ruins north of Mexico. The park preserves one of the most important cultural and historic areas in the United States. It was constructed between 900 AD and 1150, and it was a major cultural center for the ancient Puebloans. More recent archaeological work at the site, and this is just one of the housing complexes, Pueblo Bonito, which I believe has over 1,000 rooms, to give you a sense of some of the scale. They have discovered that there are roadways 50 feet and wider that extended out in different directions from Chaco Canyon to other sites that joined the ancient people, the Anasazi, of this area of the United States. So it is a place of continued archaeological work and discovery. It also has a particular place called Fajada Butte associated with it, where they have a sundial. So when the equinoxes occur, there is an alignment of two images on a rock face for the shortest and the longest days of the year. It actually, the entire site, based upon more recent studies, is said to be aligned with I believe, 26 lunar cycles. So significant participation in astronomical observation here at Chaco Canyon. Coming back into even more historic archaeological sites, back in 2021, in 2009, there were footprints discovered in a place called White Sands, which has since been made a national monument. Those footprints have been carbon dated based upon pollen and seeds in the soil in proximity to those back somewhere between 21,000 and 23,000 years. That dating is still being examined because if those dates are correct, this represents potentially the oldest evidence of human habitation in the Americas. So a significant site which is undergoing ongoing discovery. To give you a sense of the richness of the legal record, if you will, the number of statutes that relate to historic preservation and the like, this is a partial list which includes many of the regulations that have been adopted by the state, again, that govern the NMCRIS system. So that's one page focusing primarily on the regulations. This is another page with a host of the various statutes. Again, just showing you the richness and significance of these issues within the state of New Mexico. So why does NMCRIS work? And I put it to you that it certainly does work. And I think it's fundamentally a measure of the respect that people in New Mexico in this day and age and over the course of decades have for the history and cultural heritage of all the peoples who have occupied the New Mexico landscape. Part of this is reflected in those people who are allowed to participate in the NIMCRIS system. So I could not access that system. Why? Because I am not a professional. I don't have the professional qualifications. I don't meet those standards. So to investigate on state land, and this also applies in other circumstances, investigation shall be performed by historic preservation professionals who have an academic background and professional experience to apply the theories and methods of archaeology to the work that is being done. And the standards are those of the Secretary of the Interior. So the Federal Department of the Interior has developed standards for people in each of these categories, and anybody desiring to become a person who can access the NIMCRIS system submits an application evidencing their academic background, their work experience, and only then are they allowed to actually access it. So these are people who are trained professionals who have respect for archaeology, for cultural heritage, and that is a great means of ensuring that that respect that I spoke of is preserved. The SHPO maintains a directory of those people who are authorized to perform investigations and to access the NIMCRIS database. So that, again, that directory is categorized under, this is just one example of what might, the different types of professionals who might be at a particular site doing investigations, but a principal investigator, a project director, a supervisory archaeologist, a historic archaeologist, a biological archaeologist, an architectural historian, a historic architect, historic landscape architect, a historian, cultural anthropologist, or others who meet the Secretary of Interior standards. So the not only do you have to have those qualifications when you apply, but you are required to meet certain continuing education requirements. So you have to keep up with what's new in the field, and you're required to complete 24 hours of professional development in 3 years to maintain your capacity to utilize the NIMCRIS system. Another site of significance in New Mexico is the Bandelier National Monument, and this is a site which is proximate to the Los Alamos National Laboratory. And it is a site that was occupied between AD 1150 and 1600. The site itself covers some 50 square miles, so it is significant. And an archaeologist described it as, to me, on a site tour once, of the densest collection of cultural and archaeological sites in the United States. Another example of a site and why these issues are so significant in New Mexico, this shows the Petroglyph National Monument, which is just outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico, our largest city. And it's an escarpment some 17 miles long, which has 5 volcanic cones, hundreds of archaeological sites, and an estimated 24,000 petroglyph images carved by the Ancestral Pueblo people. Finally, again, I've mentioned that this information can only be accessed by trained professionals. The statutes in New Mexico also required confidentiality within the system. So any information in the custody of a public official concerning the location of archaeological resources, the preservation of which is in the interest of the state of New Mexico, shall remain confidential unless the custodian of such information determines that the dissemination of such information will further the purposes of the Cultural Properties Act. The program manager within the Historic Preservation Division and within ARMS is Derek Pierce. His contact information is on the screen, and I assume this presentation will be made to everybody attending. If anybody has questions, I'm certainly available. You saw my contact information on this as well. There's Derek's, and that brings us, if there is any time, to questions. Time? No, okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Peter, for nice presentation. And it's been that's all for today's session. And thank you again for all those great presentators. Thank you very much. And it's been really insightful, I believe. And this is the end of today's session, but the session continues to the tomorrow morning. And now, luckily for all 4 presenters for this session were present. So, you know, if you ever have questions, you know, food to grab. So let's have coffee break.
So we are running quite a bit behind, and we do have a double keynote evening this evening, but I do feel we maybe need 5-10 minutes just to go and get a drink of water, have a cup of something, stand up, get some fresh air, and then and then we'll come back and we'll get straight into our double keynotes, followed by a little bit of a commentary session. But we'll try and knock some of the time out of that so that we can get to our reception out back as close to 8 as we can. Okay, be back in about, so what's 37, let's say 50, 10 to 6. Okay, 13 minutes, you've got an extra 3 minutes. Okay, people want to move on back in and we'll make a start. You've only got 1 more minute of your generous 13-minute break.
Matt, can you also say that now we have a recycle point in the entry for this kind of bottles, and for latas, how you say, like latas? Cans?
Cans.
And
Latas.
tomorrow we're going to have for glass, not today.
We're going to have what? More?
For glass, for the bottle of glass.
Glasses. Yeah. Yep.
So we're going
Glass.
to have a recycle point for everything.
Sure. Beautiful. All right.
The entry.
I guess saying 10 to 6, people will be in by 6, yeah.
When you wait before, couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful
If you like. Okay, I have a quick announcement before we start. And that is, we now have for our water bottles and our glass bottles and our cans that we are using, we do have a recycling point out the front. So please make use of that as you can. We've tried to be as low single use as we can, and we're working towards that. At least recycling is an improvement on single use. So if you could please come on in and find your seats. Following on the theme of recycling cans and glass and looking after the environment, we have our keynote this evening on the broader subject of climate change. And we have 2 speakers. Feels like more and more people are coming in. We have 2 speakers this evening. The first will be Adam Markham, who will speak on, I can't even read that from here, on climate change. Thanks, Adam. Fragile pasts and uncertain futures, archaeology and cultural heritage management in an increasingly unstable climate. But let me introduce Adam first. Apparently he's not really a thought leader, so he's asked me not to include that bit there. So he's an expert on climate change and cultural heritage, and a leading voice for the inclusion of cultural heritage in national and international climate policy. He was the lead author for the UNESCO report World Heritage and Tourism in a Changing Climate, and formerly the Deputy Director for Climate and Energy at the Union of Concerned Scientists. He is now Director of Climate Heritage Advisors. So thank you, Adam.
Hello, everybody. I'm sure you're really excited to hear another talk this evening. I don't want to keep you from your pisco sours, but it is a great honor to be invited here today. I particularly don't want to keep Matt from his pisco sours, given how much work he's been doing. Great honor to be invited here. Thank you to ICAHM and to the committee. I'm going to talk about climate change and cultural heritage. I'm going to try and go a little faster than I perhaps might have done a few hours ago. So I'm going to talk, first of all, a little bit about the state of climate change, and then move on to the consequences of climate change, what they are for heritage, especially on coasts, in the Arctic and mountains, and with regard to heat and fires. And I'll also talk about culturally important species in the context of climate change and archaeology, and then I'll wrap up really quickly with a few recommendations. So we'll start with a little overview of how the climate is changing. We've heard about climate change today. We haven't really talked about the change. Let's be reminded that in 2015, nations signed the Paris Agreement, where they agreed to keep the long-term global average temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So 10 years later, we stand at the threshold of breaching that target. 2024 was the hottest year on record and was the first year that averaged 1.5 Celsius over pre-industrial average. But the 1.5 degrees in the Paris Agreement is for a longer-term 5-year average, and I suppose, thankfully, we haven't yet, on that measure, got to 1.5. We're still at 1.2. As you can see from this graph of monthly temperature anomalies, the blue line separating out from the yellow line in the last few decades shows that the warming rate is greater in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere. And I'm happy to be, we flew straight down from New York from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere to get here. Let's take a look at global warming in the oceans. You can see from this map of sea surface anomalies, and it's from the 1991 to 2000 period, that's what the anomaly is from, that we've had a really extremely warm 2024, and that includes really warm seas in much of the Caribbean and the mid and South Atlantic. If we zoom in somewhat randomly to the southern Caribbean and northern Venezuela using a new tool, online tool that Climate Central, an NGO, a nonprofit in the US has. They've used climate attribution science to methodology to look at relative likelihood of a particular location being this hot without climate. And so when I just looked at Grenada, in the Caribbean a couple of weeks ago, the climate shift index that they've developed showed that high ocean temperature that day was made 100 times more likely by climate change. And this is a tool you can go and play with online if you like. Coming to the Latin America region now, we can look at the broad range of observed climate trends in Latin America, and specifically Chile. We can draw on the latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, and among the most important trends for this region and for Chile are increased sea level and warmer temperatures, increased intensity and frequency of heat extremes, and a drying trend and less precipitation in most parts of Chile. Also worth noting for the region that the rate of glacier loss in the southern Andes is the highest in the world. These are the climate stripes. Climate stripes are a visualization developed by Ed Hawkins at the University of Reading that have become quite popular in different ways. And I've actually got a bunch of stickers here for anyone who wants an ICAHM 2025 memorial. I have some climate striped stickers for Chile. But you can see this is for, Ed put these together for Calama, and you can see that since 1899, it's got a lot warmer here on average. Looking at changes in annual precipitation, we can see the trends over the last 35 years. Latin America, especially the southern Amazonian basin, is particularly affected by reduced rainfall. And low precipitation combined with warmer temperatures and low humidity produces a compound effect to produce greater risk of wildfires. And so there's been a threefold increase in fire risk days in Latin America, especially during El Niño years, since the 1970s. Most of that increase in risk has been in the last 2 decades, and sure enough, wildfires have been getting worse in the southern Amazonian region. In 2024, more than 22 million hectares burned, with the Bolivian Amazon, which you can see where the most red is there, being particularly hard hit. And Chile, of course, has had many years, nearly, I think, 16 years of drought from 2007 to, I think it rained a little bit more last year. But last year, the Viña del Mar fire destroyed nearly 7,000 homes, and unfortunately 130 people at least lost their lives. And that was the deadliest Latin American fire on record, according to the World Meteorological Organization. So these impacts are just being felt literally everywhere. So as we've seen briefly here, climate change is happening. It's getting worse. It's getting catastrophic in some places, and the impacts are accelerating. But now I want to talk a little bit more about what that means for cultural heritage. And there's probably no better place to start than the 2019 ICAHM report, The Future of Our Pasts, which was the first product of what was then the Climate Change and Cultural Heritage Working Group and is now the Climate Action working group. We've moved from just looking at it to trying to do some action about it. The report contains a major section outlining more than 20 types of climate impacts, from coastal flooding to aridification, and how they might impact tangible and intangible cultural heritage. There were three conclusions from the report that I particularly want to highlight. Firstly, that climate change is a threat multiplier that adds to and exacerbates already existing vulnerabilities to heritage. Secondly, although heritage is threatened by climate change, it also allows us to learn a lot about past responses to climate change and is a source for learning about resilience today. And thirdly, that understanding climate change, its consequences and effective responses, needs to become a baseline competency of heritage management and heritage managers. I would add that heritage needs to be much better understood in the climate science and policy community too. The second major contribution of the Climate Action Working Group was the 2021 ICAHM meeting, co-sponsored with UNESCO and the IPCC, to help move the ball forward on just that, integrating cultural heritage in climate science and policy. And several people here today, Sarah Ferguson, Will McGarry, were instrumental in that meeting happening and the reports coming out. Three key points that I took away from the meeting was, firstly, that there's a lack of attention given to climate and cultural heritage, and that's left large gaps in understanding of climate change impacts globally. We're looking at climate change without cultural heritage in many cases. Secondly, that effect has been exacerbated by an emphasis in the heritage world on built heritage and well-known sites, iconic sites, which would include World Heritage sites, which has led to an incomplete picture of loss and damage. And thirdly, there needs to be, and we've heard this already today, we'll hear it more during the week, a much greater focus on Indigenous knowledge and intangible heritage within the heritage community, but also in the climate community. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has been slow to include cultural heritage or heritage experts in the 6 massive assessment reports that it's published starting in 1990. So, you know, it's been quite a long time that there hasn't been much heritage in the IPCC. But in part because of ICAHM expert groups and the Climate Action Working Group, especially in advocating for more peer-reviewed articles to be published on climate and heritage. And that's important because the IPCC basically looks almost entirely only at peer-reviewed science and literature. So if the cultural heritage work is not in peer-reviewed publications, it's less likely to be taken account of in the IPCC. But they did broadly begin to integrate cultural heritage into the section on impact and adaptation in 2022. But in preparation for this meeting, I was looking at the latest reports again, and I found that in the regional chapters comprising North and South America, Australasia, and Asia, there were 6 total mentions of cultural heritage in hundreds and hundreds of pages on impacts and adaptation. So clearly we have a long way to go. So now let's get to some specific examples of how cultural heritage and archaeology are being affected by climate change. We'll start with, not with Easter Island, that's just a nice slide, but we'll start with coastal sites. And there is work being done in Rapa Nui on coastal erosion and climate change. So there's some really interesting work. I'm just not going to talk about it today. There are so many coastal sites already impacted or at risk from climate change that it's hard to know where to start. So this map shows one analysis, which is World Heritage sites in the Mediterranean region. And the red dots are those most at risk from coastal erosion. And so the two or the 3 at extreme risk include the Greek and Roman remains at Ephesus and Tyre in Turkey and Lebanon, respectively. Another study, sticking with World Heritage sites in Africa, 56 of 284 coastal, natural, and cultural heritage properties are said to be already exposed to 100-year floods. And that number is expected to triple by 2050 under moderate climate change projections. including all of the coastal sites in 8 countries, including Libya, Cameroon, and Namibia. Under this analysis, among the archaeological sites with the greatest increased exposure to risk of flood and inundation are Roman Tipasa in Algeria and Carthage in Tunisia. Some of the most immediately impacted sites on the North African coast include 3 important Greek, Roman, Phoenician sites in Libya, Tokira, Sabratha, and Leptis Magna, the latter 2 of which are both already on the World Heritage in Danger list. And it may not be the main impact, but saltwater damage and encroachment are listed on both of those sites as significant problems. And it's actually quite rare for climate impacts to be listed in World Heritage in Danger reports. There are some efforts to increase protection of resilience for sort of hard engineering for some of these sites, and I'm not going to talk much about this tonight. This just is an example of the Vasco da Gama pillar, which is, I think, the oldest European monument in Africa, which was erected in around 1499 by Vasco da Gama. It's always been vulnerable, but it's been recently engineered to try to adapt to changes in sea level and storm intensity. Now I'll move to the Caribbean and the island of Puerto Rico. Take a little closer look here. There are more than 1,000 low-lying coastal archaeological sites that have been mapped on the island, many of them providing important evidence of pre-contact indigenous Taino habitation and lifeways. 27 of the sites are already impacted by sea level rise, increased storminess and coastal erosion, including petroglyph panels, which you can see on the right. This one was exposed from under the sand during Hurricane Maria in 2017. The number of sites at risk is expected to be treble what it is now by 2050. Puerto Rico was an important water source for ships coming from Europe to Latin America to the Americas, and it became an important Spanish colonial possession with major fortifications from the 16th century onwards. Among the sites that have been most closely examined of the colonial sites are the World Heritage listed La Fortaleza and San Juan National Historic Site. And here you can see in the site is in the green, and the light blue is flooding by 2050, likely increased risk of flooding. One of the parts of the World Heritage property at highest risk is the promontory that holds Fort San Juan de la Cruz in El Canuela, which could be completely inundated by 2050. Going a little further back in time, another Puerto Rican area at risk from climate impacts is a 1.5 kilometer stretch of shoreline on the southwest coast. This holds 46 shell mounds dating from 3,000 to 1,500 years BP, before present. It's Puerto Rico's largest surviving prehistoric coastal landscape. Unfortunately, the shell mounds are only protected from erosion by a strip of coastal mangrove forest that is itself under threat from climate change in complex ways related to sea level rise, salinity, and storm frequency. Mangrove, here you can see after 2 hurricanes how a lot of the mangrove has been lost and water is pooling, and land use strategies. So moving from the coasts, let's go to look at global warming in the Arctic and high mountain zones. The Arctic is warming more than twice as fast as the rest of the globe, and in some parts of the Arctic it's warming even faster. And in recent years, because of thawing permafrost, tundra fires larger than have occurred in the last 1,000 years, the Arctic has shifted from being a carbon sink to being a carbon source. The rapid warming in the Arctic is causing ice loss from the Greenland ice sheet and depletion of seasonal sea ice. The Arctic Ocean could potentially be ice-free within 20 years, with major implications for indigenous communities, ecosystems, ocean currents, and archaeology. There are more than 180,000 known archaeological sites at risk from Arctic warming, including many internationally important heritage properties that you can see here. Jürgen Hollison and colleagues recently described a 40-year review of warming impacts on microbial degradation of archaeological resources on the Kujatar World Heritage property in Greenland. Kujatar comprises a medieval Norse and subsequent Inuit subarctic agricultural landscape with nearly 600 known archaeological sites. Whoops, wrong, still there, still in Greenland. At particular risk is organic material, including wood, fabrics, animal skins, fur, and bone. There's been an increase in temperature of 1.5 to 1.7 degrees Celsius since 1983. And combined with lower precipitation, microbial activity has increased in the soils. Degradation is worse at the warmer, drier sites than the colder, wetter ones, but some sites, according to Hollison and his team, may have no organic archaeological remains of scientific use within a few decades. And there are sites on Greenland where they've re-excavated areas that had organic material, and that has almost entirely disappeared already. Moving to the mountains, glaciers are shrinking worldwide. This chart shows annual global glacier mass loss over the last 50 years, as well as the contribution to sea level rise, which has been in excess of 1 millimeter annually in 5 of the last 6 years. And we're here in Latin America, so Venezuela lost its last glacier, the Humboldt Glacier, in 2024. It's been downgraded to an ice patch, and it became the first country in Latin America and the second in the world to lose all of its glaciers. An IUCN study of World Heritage glaciers concluded in 2019 that 21 of the 46 World Heritage properties that contain glaciers could have lost them by the end of this century. One of the World Heritage sites with all its glaciers at risk is Huascarán National Park in Peru's Cordillera Blanca, and I apologize for all of my pronunciation in advance. It's not so great. The Pastoruri Glacier at left has already also been downgraded from a glacier to an ice patch, and meltwater is building up in the glacial lake and threatening to flood the town of Huaraz and its 100,000 residents. Worldwide, some 15 million people are at risk from glacial lake overflow and breakouts. So let's talk a little about high mountain archaeology and climate change. This involves both accidental finds and systemic searching for preserved material melting out of glaciers or ice patches. One of the most famous finds, I'm sure all of you know about it, was the 1991 discovery of the 5,000-year-old iceman Ötzi on a glacier on the Italian-Austrian border in the South Tyrol Mountains. Major ice patch archaeology projects that are looking for artifacts and evidence coming out of melting ice are currently operating in Canada's Yukon, the Greater Yellowstone region in the US, the mountains of central Norway, and in Mongolia, and probably several places I don't know about. Norwegian researchers from the Secrets of the Ice project have been mapping and exploring melting ice patches since 2006. At the top right, you can see the Storfona ice patch about 9 years ago, 2014, and the lighter gray area is the area where no lichens are growing, and so this indicates the amount of ice melt over the last 15 years before the lichens have been able to recolonize. So you can see the extent, and the team goes back up to that ice patch and other ice patches every year and systematically looks for what's been melting out. And they've found hundreds of items, including leather shoes and fabrics, arrows as old as 6,000 years, and here a well-preserved pair of Iron Age skis with their leather and birch bindings partially intact. And the two skis melted out of the ice about 5 years apart, being about 5 meters apart. So that's the rate of ice melt. Away from the glaciers, but still where it's cold, there's a category of frozen sites that have been known to be susceptible to climate change for more than 20 years. These are the tomb complexes, or kurgans, of the nomadic Scythian horsemen in the permafrost region of the Altai Mountains of southern Siberia, which are the borders of Russia, Kazakhstan, China, and Mongolia. They date from about 2,500 years ago, and they have tomb chambers that have been excavated, or in the past, many of them robbed, which were found to contain an extraordinary array of well-preserved organic material, including mummified human bodies with hair and tattoos intact. The tombs are important for the extraordinary array of material goods preserved under the cold conditions, including fabrics, leather, horn, and wood, and it's a culture for which there's no written record. Some external sources have said some things about the Scythians. Meanwhile, missed one there. Water seepage in many